Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Food they want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver we want them. The same people will give us Jagaban. Now the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They want us to touch Jagaban government, but let people everywhere. Yo, eh. Buhari finish in 8 years. Jagaban go finish 8 years. We know they for church. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. God see what we want them. Our mama, papa want them. God see what we want them.
My country people, me and you don't say to change Nigeria overnight. It don't be my mind. It don't get easy. So therefore,
so a kai taki kuna ku da And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you. Good to be your company. I know that a quick snapshot afternoon session. We're trying to reintroduce the afternoon sessions because the politics is moving at such a rapid pace. We necessarily have to be coming out a lot more frequently than we usually do. So there's all of the prospects that we'll be doing double sessions, not every single day, but as the demand, as the landscape pressures it, because there's so many things happening that we cannot condense it into one singularity. And by the way, tell me in the comment section if you're hearing me okay. So the afternoon sessions will be almost in most instances, it will be a single topic narrative where we're responding to a particular item, especially not the more wide broad strokes. But in this particular session, we'll be reacting to the media outing by Rabbi Kwankwaso, who has come out into the media space to explain then to Nigerians via the portal of Arise TV why he has decided to subordinate his ambition and ego to Peter Obi. So we're not going to labor it too much. We'll bring up the interview now. I've got Solly with me, so let me bring Solly up as well. But Solly, we'll be listening and then reacting. So let's kick it off. I suspect you may well have seen this thing already. I haven't watched it fully, but we start it off, kick it off here, and then we see what Rabbi Kwankwaso has to say in explanation as to why he has turned himself into a boy.
I haven't watched these two.
All right. So we both react to it organically then. So here goes.
So tonight, an exclusive interview with one of the most influential and pivotal figures in Nigeria's rapidly shifting political landscape, Senator Rabiu Musa.
And by the way, in politics, there is no such thing as neutrality in politics. I have yet to come across anything. In fact, it doesn't exist as neutrality in politics. So the Arise TV is an obedient platform essentially. And this guy right there, Charles Anyagolu, is an ardent Peter Obi supporter. He's from the same ethnic stock, even the same state. I'm not sure if they share the same local government, but it's a card-carrying Obi supporter. So you have to understand that prejudice or that bias or that undercurrent. So that's the backdrop to how he interacts with the media space. There's an undertone of somewhat leaning towards the Obi space for reasons of ethnic familiar. But let's carry on.
Kwankwaso, former governor, former minister of defense, leader of the influential Kwankwaso'S movement, and now a central player in what could become the defining opposition realignment ahead of the 2027 presidential election. The political calculations have changed dramatically in recent days. The NDC has now officially zoned its presidential ticket to the south, and Senator Kwankwaso, despite being one of the North's most formidable political figures, has publicly supported that decision. For many analysts, that is being interpreted as a major signal about the future direction of the opposition. At the center of the conversation is the growing alliance between Senator Kwankwaso and Mr. Peter Obi, two politicians whose supporters insist command something increasingly rare in Nigerian politics: organic, passionate, grassroots followership. But as momentum builds, so do the questions. Is this truly a merger of vision and ideology, or simply electoral arithmetic aimed at stopping President Tinubu from securing a second term? Has Dr. Kwankwaso effectively endorsed Mr. Obi's presidential path by supporting Southern zoning? What happens to Northern political expectations inside this alliance? And where does this leave Atiku Abubakar and the ADC as the battle for control of the opposition intensifies? And I'm delighted to say that I'm joined now exclusively in the studio by Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, former governor, former defense minister, architect of the Kwankwaso'S movement, and one of the defining voices in Nigeria's shifting political terrain. And I know I said that a number of times. You were almost rolling your eyes. They're like, not me again. No, they're talking about. Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much indeed for coming here. Now, the NDC has officially zoned its presidential ticket to the south, and you have publicly backed that decision. For many Nigerians, that was unexpected.
And by the way, before the NDC zoned these tickets to the south, they would have had private discussions as to just exactly that. So it wasn't, Kwankwaso wasn't caught off guard. They did not call him to a meeting and then suddenly spring it on him that they'll be zoning it to the south. Even long before Kwankwaso joined that movement, it was already the understanding, because you remember, of course, that during those ADC days, there were meetings in Kwankwaso's house between Peter Obi, and then there was meetings with Siraika Dixon between Peter Obi, and then there were subsequent meetings between Peter Obi and Siraika Dixon, and then quickly after those meetings, we saw Peter Obi move into the NDC, and within 24 hours, we saw Rabiu Kwankwaso move into the NDC as well. So this is a choreographed, orchestrated, already predetermined move. So they did not just spring it on Kwankwaso that, look, sorry, it was already agreed and signed off.
Why did you support it? Was that decision driven by principle, by political realism, or the recognition that the opposition simply cannot afford another bitter internal battle over zoning?
All right, before Kwankwaso speaks, I'll let Solly speak, because Solly, I'm actually inviting you to speak because I heard you say something on a different platform, which I thought was extremely nuanced as to your reading of why Kwankwaso is positioning as it's positioning. So why do you think Kwankwaso is making this move? Just give us about 3 minutes, because there was a particular thing you said once that really, it's not often that you say things that strike me, but that struck me. How do you think, what do you think is in play here?
You know, I went to study these northerners, most especially these Fulani people. They are very cunning, you know, but they are not educated. You know, if they didn't have the aspect,
this guy is a PhD holder, so forget that one, but carry on.
No, but the people that surround them are basically illiterate compared to when you look at who is surrounding Tinubu. That's what I mean. There are levels to this. There are levels to this. They go up and down insulting APC, but most of the people, like the people that represent APC online, they are not the best of them. It's when you enter their inner caucus that you start seeing, this one went to this university in UK, this one went to this university in America, this one has PhD, you know. So, but when you look at these Fulani people, they are mostly, this Kwankwaso is one of the people that helped install Sharia law. I don't know why obedience don't even talk about it.
Sorry, that wasn't where I was wanting you to go. Let me remind you, I saw you, I heard you on a different platform speaking on this thing, and you were talking about a permutation. I've adopted that thing that you said actually, and I've aligned my thinking with it because I thought it was so inspired. I heard you say there that the only winner of this real thing is Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso going to the ADC following Peter Obi. He will use the Peter Obi energy to build a southern base for himself for 2031. And if Peter Obi unlikely wins that election, Kwankwaso still wins because he still gets 2031. So any way you flip the coin, Kwankwaso, do you remember you saying that?
Yes, that's what I was that's what I was trying to get to. This Fulani, they play a game of win-win situation. It's the same thing Atiku wanted to do. Atiku's children are in APC. So if Atiku wins the election, he gains, his family gains. If Atiku loses the election, at least his family still benefits. That's the same thing this Kwankwaso is doing. They are playing the game, but they don't know how to read the chess table. What Kwankwaso doesn't understand that obedient support is a tribal support. So
hold on. I don't want us to stay too long because I want people to listen to this. But you say obedience support is a tribal support. If the 2027 election comes and goes, and Peter Obi, of course, does not win, Kwankwaso will gain a lot because he would have done a lot of work to the build up to the election. He would have energized himself. He would have romanced this. Hold on. It will still carry a lot of them outside of Peter Obi for his future political ambitions. And then because Kwankwaso stands accused of being just a northern voice, a single state politician. But after he's mingling with the obedience space, post the elections, he will still be able to carry some of that energy to give himself a broader national appeal.
The only way that strategy will work is if he comes out under APC in 2031 and is being pushed by Asiwaju. Without any of that, he's just wasting his time and playing. He's trying to position
I agree, but he will, because Kwankwaso stood the risk of becoming irrelevant in Nigerian politics. But with this move now, he retained he subordinated himself to Peter Obi. Yes, he's become his boy, but it's a crafty boy because I think it stands to gain a lot. He's the real winner in the whole thing. Peter Obi will get his noise in 2027 and fade away, but Kwankwaso will grab energy from the south to add to his northern appeal.
Southeast, not the south.
Well, Southeast, that's a large enough space, At least you can't accuse him of being a one state something anymore after.
It's not large enough. By the time they remove Obi from that picture, that's when they will remember that Kwankwaso is Fulani and is Muslim. That's why it is pointless, So unless he has a long-term game plan, all this is pointless and useless. That's why I'm saying that the only way he finally wins is if he goes to APC and Tinubu pushes him for 2031. That is his only reasonable win. Any other thing that he's trying to do is only trying to play the smart by half. And that's the difference between Yoruba and Fulani. They are not competing.
All right, let's not go in there yet. But let's continue to listen because I'm keen to, maybe in the course of something, we will change our mind. So let's listen on.
Thank you very much, Charles. Maybe all of the above. But let me say that I am so happy that I joined this rapidly growing party, the NDC. I believe so far so good. We are doing well. And I met people that I can call like minds, ranging from the leader of the party, Senator Dixon, the former governor of Bayelsa State, of course, Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, and many other leaders that are today in our party. And I believe that many more are coming. And I'm happy to say that right from day one, we sat down together, we looked at the situation on the ground in this country, and we decided to take some major decisions, including what you just mentioned, that is zoning the presidency to the south for 4 years. And of course, after that, the presidency will rotate to the north. We are very happy that we are loyal party members wherever we find ourselves. We realized even before we joined the party was contemplating to zone it to the south for many obvious reasons. And therefore, almost all of us joining from the north, we accepted, because as it stands now, people are debating. Some would say it should come to the north. Others will say it should go to the south. But from our own end, we believe the best way to go now is to take it to the south so that we can eliminate the confusion that emanated from the death of our brother, our friend, Umar Musa Yar'Adua. That actually introduced the confusion into the system. Even though, in a way, one can argue that from 1999 to date, the South have done more years than the North.
Well, it depends on how you count it.
That's from 1999 to date, yes.
Because if you count it from independence in terms of including military rule.
Yeah, it depends on how it suits you.
Yeah.
And in the South now.
So it suits you from 1999 then?
Yeah, well, and it didn't work with the party. What worked now is counting from Buhari. Anybody from the South on that side of argument would say that he had 8 years. And the South is now doing its first term. In the next 1 year or so, it will be 4 years. So the arguments are there. I believe that it's good for us to be having consensus. There is no point in fighting.
You see this stance that Kwankwaso is taking, it really isolates now Atiku's narrative. So Atiku now stands alone as just a selfish, self-centered sort of a person, because if you remove Atiku, in fact, even including Atiku, I think Kwankwaso is probably the most powerful northern voice in terms of connect with the northern masses. I think they gravitate more towards Kwankwaso than anyone. I cannot think of anyone in the north that commands attention like Kwankwaso. So if Kwankwaso, who essentially is the northern voice, is also considering now that the South should complete its 2 terms, even though he wants a different person completing the second term, that further highlights then that Atiku is just a self-centered, self-interested politician who cares nothing about the country, only wanting to get his hands on NMPC so he can sell it to his Arab friends.
And what is key now is not presidency from the north or from the south. What is key is to have a quality leadership, people who are enthusiastic, who are determined and committed to give the country the leadership it deserves. You see, by now, especially those of us in the political trenches, would tell you that it is not only the man from your end that would make the country move forward. We have seen what happened during Obasanjo. We are part of it. And we believe he has done his best. From there, our brother, our friend came in, Umar Musa Yar'Adua, of blessed memory. There were issues, especially challenges of his health. When Jonathan came, we had many issues, especially the agreement at that time that he would do 1 term. For whatever reason, things have decided to change, and many things happened along that direction. But what is even relevant is the Buhari administration. I worked so hard, and I'm sure I remember we brought about 1.9, almost 2 million votes. But as politicians, we are not recognized. We put our lives even on the line that time. But unfortunately, we could not see any benefit either as
So when he's talking about not seeing any benefit, it's not talking developmentally. It's talking on an individual personal basis. So he says he put a lot of energy. He's not getting anything out of it. So Buhari never gave him or his group a position, his camp a position. That's essentially. So for all of everything, you have to listen to the words of these politicians. It's all about self-interest, personal aggrandizement, enrichment, power play, and all of that. It's never anything about you or I. It's always about themselves. He said so in his own words. So if you cannot take it from him, then good luck to you.
Individuals, all the constituencies that we represented. Of course, thereafter, we have this administration again. Everybody knows there are issues, and therefore people are determined at grassroots level, and even at the level we are operating now, that there should be some level of changes. And that is why I'm sure the Nigerians, since we decided to join NDC, have decided to come and join us. And you could see what is happening almost everywhere in this country, and even beyond. People are opening offices everywhere across the world. So we're happy about that.
And of course, by supporting Southern zoning, you're effectively conceding that Peter Obi is now the front runner for the NDC presidential ticket. Is that right? Are we looking at an Obi Kwankwaso or OK ticket and not a Kwankwaso Obi KO ticket?
Well, that is how it should be, but we are, like I told you, are loyal party members. Of course, party is supreme. When it took decision to do this zoning, we all accepted, and we are working on it. Now, the likely chances are what you exactly said, and I'm sure Nigerians will be happy about it.
When you say the likely chances, I mean, your supporters in the north see you as one of the region's strongest political figures. I mean, how difficult was it convincing them to accept the idea of another Southern presidential candidate so soon after the emergence of Bola Tinubu that you would then support?
Now, you see, the issue now is that each and every individual in this country has one issue or the other to demand for change, ranging from the economy to the issue of insecurity, especially in this part of the country, to the issue or issues that we have seen with infrastructural developments, especially in this part of the country, and so on and so on and so forth. And that is why you find so many people are not even thinking of he has to be from my religion, he has to be from my part of the country, he has to be tall, he has to be short. Because people are looking for vibrant people who are strong enough to do the job, especially based on recent experiences. So nobody is waiting for anybody to tell him what to do, because everybody has a reason to say, yes, we are yearning for change, and positive change for that matter. And I believe the names we mentioned and the party itself represent that change people are talking about. So that is why within a couple of weeks that we joined this party, you find so many people across the country who are pushing, who are coming around, who are registering with NDC, and we always add them at the same time to register with INEC, because it's only when you register with INEC that you can be in a position to bring in an effective and positive change.
But I'm sure you know that critics are already saying that this arrangement that you have in the NDC risks alienating parts of the North politically. Are you worried that the opposition in general and the NDC in particular may unintentionally weaken itself in key northern states?
You see, whatever you do, people will bring.
You have to understand the question that Charles is asking there. So what is essentially saying is that, like I said, Kwankwaso is one of the, if not the leading northern political voice. It's the one entity that stands above all else in the north. So if he subordinated himself to Peter Obi, then how does the northern voting electorate, how do they digest that? So what propels the northern votes? There are two things that propels the northern vote. The paramount, most important thing is ethnicity, and then the second equally important thing is religion. So as much as they admire and lust after Kwankwaso, the northerners they want to hold power, and they do not want to subordinate their their position in life to a Southern Christian. So that's the thing. So they can barely stand Tinubu, who is a Southern Muslim, but they're certainly not going to subordinate themselves to a Southern Christian. And then if you are looking at that Southern Christian, who is also of a Southeastern extraction, that's a triple whammy. So what our Charles is inviting there is this guy taking this risk that his votes then go to Atiku? It certainly dilutes his votes, because as loyal as those votes are to him, those votes are not for Peter Obi, and they know that the Nigerian vice presidency is a rudderless, it's a toothless sort of a position. It carries no potency whatsoever. We saw how Yemi Osinbajo was treated by Buhari. We see how Kashim Shettima is being treated by Tinubu. So that position carries no power. So if the position carries no power, then why would they lend their vote to that position to subordinate themselves to a Southerner and a Christian? So that's the parameters of that question being asked by Charles right there. And that really is a deciding factor, because a lot of votes in the North, they will make their decisions based on those considerations, and they will hemorrhage a lot of votes from Kwankwaso.
Also, if
some
you
arguments
notice,
for and against.
Sorry, carry on now. Sorry, yeah.
if you notice from what he's saying, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but he tends to shade a lot of decisions that Atiku made. All the wrongs that Atiku made, he has verbally spoken about it. When he's talking about being vice president, when he's talking about zoning, when he's talking about calculation, everything that Atiku did wrong, I sense some form of shade when he's talking about how he's going to do it in his own way. So him and Atiku, they don't really like each other.
It's always hated Atiku anyway. It doesn't rate Atiku because it finds Atiku a very dubious, very shifty, very untrustworthy.
I feel like he feels he's intellectually superior to Atiku.
It's better educated now. It's better educated than Atiku. It's the most educated of all of the leading politicians. He has a PhD in science, not some random topic. So it's the most. It's an engineer.
Okay. Well, this kind of makes sense.
And by the way, he hates Obi as well. I want you to watch this. So sorry, you make that statement, but let me just play you something. This guy, he detests Peter Obi. It's just watch this. This Kwankwaso here, he hates Peter Obi with a passion.
Kwankwaso to withdraw for Labour Party. You should go and look at my credentials, my brother. I am a PhD holder in civil engineering, and check your candidate, what he has. I have been in the system for over 30 years now. I have been a civil servant for 17 years. I wasn't a trader. Civil servant for 17 years. I was Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps in 1992. I was in the Constitutional Conference elected delegate. I was Governor of Kano State for 8 years. And so on and so I was in the Senate, and so on and so forth. So when we sat down, what I told them is what I will tell you.
Okay.
If anybody wants to Kwankwaso to withdraw, let's bring criteria and select the best. Anytime I have any better candidate, I'm ready to talk to him.
So that was 3 years ago at Chatham House, solely. That's what this guy really thinks about Peter Obi. But make that statement and then we carry on.
He is the kind of person that can, evolve himself. He's willing to change with the timeline, change with the trend, move with the waves. That's why it's not surprising to see him as Obi's vice. Mokri used to attack Tinubu all the time, but now he's working for Tinubu. Even if you look at the Sharia law that they installed in the northern states, he wasn't the one that spearheaded it, but he realized that if he allows and approves it, then that will help his political career. So basically, this man is ready to change his form. He's a wolf in sheep clothing. He's willing to change his form to anything just to get whatever he wants. That is his behavior.
There's another factor as well that will come into play, Solly. Do you know that this guy has been penciled down by the Americans as a sponsor of terror in Nigeria? Do you know it's on a terrorist list in America, this Kwankwaso?
There are so many points. that you can use this Kwankwaso against disobedience, but people are not people are not seeing it. I don't know why. Maybe because the election is not that close. But the Sharia law, the US terrorists, so many things, even this video that you just dropped, you know, but obedience will give excuses for everything, Sha. So we'll still get there.
Oh, all right, let's watch on.
And that is part of the democracy. For us, we stand by the fact that we need a very committed, solid, and of course, effective leadership. And that is exactly what this country needs now. For me, it's not a matter of North or South or any other
but it's not just
differences.
you.
That's what I'm saying. It has to start from me.
Right.
And then it is our responsibility to go and sell those ideas to the people. Yes, people who are on the other side or who are in the other parties will go and tell their own stories. And I'm happy we have enough time for everybody to go and tell his own stories. And probably that is why I'm even here, to convince the people, especially the young men and women and other nationalists, that yes, there is need to have this solid and credible leadership that will come to stop all these evils that are happening, especially the issue of insecurity in northern Nigeria and even in the south, the issue of economy. People are complaining everywhere. The issue of infrastructure and so on, the matter of education. That's the area that I'm very much interested in. And I can tell you, as a former Minister of Defense that you mentioned, I am even shocked and surprised by what is happening.
What would you do differently?
Our soldiers, I can tell you, our soldiers, the military that we have in all the parts of this country are people who are well trained, locally and internationally. They are determined to do the right thing. I think, in my opinion, what is lacking is the political will. And both of us, my humble self and Peter Obi, have agreed to tackle that issue head on to ensure that there is peace and stability in this country.
So let me ask you this, definitively, ineluctably, if Peter Obi eventually becomes the NDC candidate, your role would be that of his running mate. Is that clear?
I told you right from the beginning.
Well, I just want to be sure that.
You can be sure that
so
if the party decides,
candidate.
If the party decides that I should be the running mate of any candidate from the South under this circumstance, I will be happy to work together with him.
And you believe that you and Peter Obi are the men to revive Nigeria's economy, reduce poverty and corruption, lift living standards, set Nigeria on the right path of rectitude? I mean, do you have that much faith in Mr. Obi, the man you were just 3 years ago running against in the 2023 presidential election?
What you said is correct. Personally, I cannot remember any better combination, no matter how much time you are given to find those who can beat us in terms of doing the right thing for this country.
Nigerians, of course.
But Solly, on just what he said there, you have to acknowledge that the two spaces are formidable entities. The Kwankwaso'S movement is a very formidable political movement, especially in Kano State and in some of the outskirts states to Kano. It's a very strong voice within the Nigerian political dynamism. And then the obedient movement, there is no equivocating that that's a strong movement too. So when those two power blocks, when they come together, you have to acknowledge that there's potency there. Do you not acknowledge the potency of those two coming together?
Maybe if they were fighting against any other person, but not against us. You know, I can't take them serious, one man. As I was on mute and he was talking, I was just laughing. These people, they don't know anything. Ah, God. You know, I should not be bragging about him, but he shows the true, you know, Yoruba nature, wit and guile. They don't know what they are going against. And my problem and what I fear is how Everybody just underestimates this guy. Every single time they underestimate him, they think it's business as usual. Even if Ashiwaju says that there is no more north and south, there is no transferring from northern zone to southern, that it is south and south again, there is nothing they can do about it. And the nation will take it because they are not ready, they are not prepared. Is this inherent attitude of entitlement. That entitlement has still not left their body. Even Tinubu, you know, he doesn't act entitled. He still, God, they are just very disappointing. Now, even if he has that movement in Kano, this thing, they are using money politics. Hausa people want money. Hausa people want power. Middle belt wants money. Middle belt wants power. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about their elites because the economy is getting harder and harder. It's strangulating them. So they are looking for money and power. By the time that comes, somebody is offering that to them and is sitting in power currently. They are not going to look at these two guys. They are not. When you are talking about when Tinubu wanted to come in 2023, they were using the word Jagaban. What is this one called? Okay, movement. It's not fierce. It's not, there's no,
it doesn't strike fear in your heart.
Yes.
You know, when you hear Jagaban, you think that something is,
what is this? What is coming? It sounds like a thunderstorm.
It sounds like a big knife, you know. Do you know those old Roman movies where you see them riding with swords raised high, charging at you? When you hear Jagaban, that's the sort of evocation that it conjures up.
You know, but all those war drums.
Yeah,
boom,
yes,
boom.
Yes.
They have very, very bad PR team. They just, I don't know, maybe it's a Nigerian thing. They just don't care about their image. They don't care about their PR or anything. They don't care how they are viewed. They just want to be there and they are needed.
I hate having to agree with you, but I have to say I agree with you. They stand no chance against Tinubu because he will not allow it, you know. Either in a free and fair election, he will not allow it. Either in a rigging election, it will not under no circumstances is Tinubu handing over power. It's not going to happen. Never.
The problem is they are doing a crab in a barrel mentality. They are still trying to take advantage of each other. They are still trying to slight each other. They are still trying to shade each other. They have no unity. They have no community. They have no ideology. And they have no final goal. That is the problem. So they are not going to... let's just continue watching.
All right. AY, do you want to drop a quick comment before we go back to the interview? AY. All right. I don't think AY is ready yet. Let's go back.
As I'm sure you know, because you yourself have been involved politically for a long time in this country, they've seen alliances collapse because powerful politicians agreed publicly but competed privately. Can you categorically say that there is no hidden struggle for control, not necessarily you and Peter Obi, but between your camp and his camp?
Well, I can tell you from my experience as former Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, I had an opportunity to work with my Speaker, and we worked very well. I was in Kano for 8 years. Despite the difficulty of my then Deputy Governor, we were able to work for 8 years amicably to the extent that I handed over to him. And of course, in the Senate and other places, in the NDDC, we worked amicably with people. You see, the problem people are having, especially leaders, is that they are too greedy to the extent that they begin to have issues. But from what I have seen at federal level and state level where I had opportunity to work, there is so much to do. You don't have to fight, you advise. You give here, there is too much to be done. And in fact, that's why you have even ministers. You have other chief executives and so on, and so many advisors. So I don't see from my experiences of the past why deputies or vice will fight with the president or governor or so. So I am positive that we will have a very good working relationship. And I can tell you that you can see it even from the past. During the First Republic, we had people, the leadership, political leadership from the North, work together closely with the people from the Southeast during the NCNC and of course NPC days. So also in the Second Republic, immediately after the war, of course we were younger people at that time, but I, as a students leader, I had an opportunity to be part of the national movement that at the end of the day culminated into MPN and our own portion of PRP. And you have seen what happened. Our leaders, Shagari and others, worked very closely with the Southeast as Alex Ikweme as his vice president. It went on and on. I think there was a change during about the Third Republic, where I was Deputy Speaker, House of Reps, where for many obvious reasons, there was an election. The election was annulled. And after all that, the government under the military that time, for that reason and many other reasons, decided to bring in Shonakan from the south west, just maybe because of the cancellation of that. And even after that, maybe the military and other leaders worked together and brought in Chief Olusegun Obasanjo from the southwest again. And it went on and on. Even the Bola Tinubu now probably is a beneficiary of all that. So the point I want to make is that right from the beginning, this sort of alliance has been in existence. For whatever reason, it was derailed, but now we are going back to what Tafawa Balewa
and trying to revive it
have done during their time. And in Second Republic, Shehu Shagari and co did with the leadership of the Southeast. So they are our friends. We want to work together with them. But for me, it wasn't just because, we are going to Southeast just because of Southeast. No. I looked around together with our leadership in the North to say, okay, who do we think is capable? Who can come and work together with us honestly so that we can move this country? And along the line, we realized that Peter Obi is at forefront of it. And that's why we all accepted to work together.
And beyond just the two of you, I think I touched on this earlier. I mean, both of you come up.
So along the line, they saw that Peter Obi XYZ. That's what this guy said. But Peter Obi is actually Kwankwaso's last bus stop in this political mix that we're in now. He started his negotiation with the AAPC. He had a series of demands, which the ADC, because Kwankwaso had two criteria for him to align his political wagon, to hit his political wagon with somebody else's. So he had two criteria, or two criterion. The first one is that wherever he goes to, they have to give him their presidential ticket. That's his preferred option. But if they cannot give him their presidential ticket, then they have to give him the vice presidential slot. So he couldn't get either of those two things in the APC. So very, very quickly, his conversation with the APC collapsed. And then he couldn't get those two things in the ADC either, because the ticket of the ADC goes to Atiku, and the contention for if the ticket goes to Atiku, then Kwankwaso cannot be vice. So that couldn't satisfy his ambition either. Then he had this series of meetings with Peter Obi, which then satisfies his ambition, because of course Peter Obi promises that he's going to run, and he subordinates himself now to be Peter Obi's vice. So he gets that met, and then they pot away. So Peter Obi was never Kwankwaso strong. But Kwankwaso, I just played you a clip. He cannot stand Peter Obi. He cannot abide him. But the expediency of the political space that he finds himself necessarily subordinates him to Peter Obi, and is just riding with that for the moment. It will fall apart fairly quickly. I think you all know that.
And two of the most
can I say something?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, and I also respond to the person in the comments, both of them in the same comment. When you are going against somebody, right? Or let me use football team. If Arsenal and Barcelona are going to play together, just because everybody knows Barcelona does not mean they know Barcelona. If there's somebody in Arsenal team that knows Messi, slept with Messi, grew up with Messi, that person will know Messi than any other person in that Barcelona team. That person who knows Messi's weakness, what Messi is going to do next. He will be able to predict the Messi's next move because you grew up around these people. You were aware of them, you were conscious of them, and you paid attention to them. That is what all these other politicians don't have. You see, when one man said that APC rejected Kwankwaso'S, offer or request, let me not say offer, request, that means he doesn't fall or align with their plans. Now, for Kwankwaso to be able to bestow himself to an Igbo man, which is Obi, a Christian again on top of that, which goes against all their belief, that means he is a threat. That is a snake in a green grass, right? Somebody that is able to mold himself, to form, to get whatever he wants. That is a threat, especially to APC. After this election, my prediction is that they are going to destroy this Kwankwaso's political career totally, not partially, totally, so that it does not become a threat in the future again. That is what I mean by they do not know. They know Tinubu as a person, but they don't know his behavior. They don't know how he thinks. They don't know how he moves. They don't know much about him personally. They only know that, oh, he's Jagaban, he's Yoruba man. They know his spreadsheet. They don't know the personality. That's what I mean.
All right, Bilal. And just to add, and then we go on to the clip. In all of this political mix, the voice that we have not yet heard is the Tinubu voice or the APC voice. So we've heard a lot from the Atiku camp. We've heard a lot from Rotimi Amechi. We've heard a lot from Peter Obi and his space, and Kwankwaso now being his Man Friday. But Tinubu has not come out yet. The APC has not come out yet. But as ever with culture and tradition, the big masquerade is always the last to come out.
That's what they don't realize. They think it's all about making noise. And that's why I usually suspect that Alex Oti. That Alex Oti must be a very intelligent man, because no matter how much you're attacking, no matter what you say, he just stays quiet. Be very wary or be very scared of a quiet man, especially somebody that you attack or you go against and that is staying quiet. Just run away. Tinubu is giving them the chance.
There are two people in the southeast that I feel have the right instincts. Alex Oti, as you just mentioned there, and Charles Soludo too.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. Yeah, those are my only two people.
Speak less, listen more, and then when you act decisively. It's not about but this guy is a very poor, he's not an energized sort of he's a very dull man to interview anyway.
He reminds me of Ambude.
Yes.
Movements in Nigeria, Kwankwaso'S and the Obedient movement. But I mean, passionate support bases also can clash. How difficult has it been managing those two and getting them to come together to achieve a common end?
You see, even before we say a word, they are all working together. And of course, together, they created what they call OK. Initially, before we were told of the zoning by the party, some from Obedience will say OK, and some from Kwankwaso'S will say KO. But at the end of the day, they are working not only in this country, all over the world. So I don't think we have any problem with that. But I can assure you, our group is so disciplined. Our group is such that you can't hear any serious negative issue from their side. I believe Obedience are the same.
Now, a few weeks ago, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar was sitting where you're sitting now on the same program, being interviewed by me. He remains politically active within the ADC orbit, but he seemed to think that your command of votes in the Kano area had been split. In other words, he was trying to suggest that you had a very limited scope in terms of the kind of votes that you can bring, and that even within your natural territory, which is Kano, that the vote is now split because you split with your protege, who is the current governor of the state. Well, what is your reaction to that?
I have no issue with that, and I think we are past that level now. We are in NDC, and for now, I know they are in ADC. I wish them well, but you see, anybody who is talking about or asking a question, what do they plant here, is not patient. Let's wait for the election and see whether votes are splitted in Kano or not.
But the opposition has effectively split into two competing.
We don't even have to wait till the elections, because the optics already tells us, unless it's telling us that the state governor doesn't command the presence, which would not be, that's completely illogical. Then the state governor commands a presence, and that presence comes out of the Kwankwaso'S movement. So necessarily, even that 900,000, whatever he got in the last cycle, the state governor cut into that for reasons that he would take his loyalist out. So his vote in Kano State, I suspect, 400,000 no more. And we will, this guy will be demythified in 2027. That's just my suspicion.
I don't even
know
what
opposition blocks now, because I mean,
sorry, carry on.
I feel like the only reason why they, bring him out there so much is that is, we have, it's called levels to this. Maybe that is the best they have ever seen. So they started shouting. It's just like when Alex Oti started now. See how much noise they were making. After going to do research, I found out that dancing Adeleke was even doing more than Alex Oti. So if they've had rubbish since and they received the best.
Do you remember when they were telling us that Alex Oti has given them 24 hours electricity in Abia? And then when we went to have a look, the guy was just commissioning a water fountain in roundabouts. That was all he did. 24. Do you remember when they were telling us that there's 24 hours electricity in Abia? Oh, I know this.
I think they said it's Aba or something. I don't even know. I never really just paid attention. Once I realized that Adeleke was doing better, I removed my mind from it.
Can you imagine that Adeleke doing better than you? It's
so embarrassing.
I mean, you're very influential in the North. Nobody can deny that. And in many other parts of the country. I mean, but Atiku Abubakar is also very influential. He's in the ADC, you're in the NDC. The vote is split.
Now, we must still work together before the election. You see, I personally, and I think even Obi himself, decided to leave ADC, not because we are fighting with Atiku or anybody there. We decided to leave that party because we realized that there are some issues. As it stands now, they have three major issues, which we believe from our own side are very difficult to resolve and field candidates. Now, people have to be flexible. You have to work. This is our time. And whatever advantages and disadvantages that are on the ground, you have to look at them. So mainly, we decided to leave the party because of those issues. And whether they will be able to field candidates in that party or not is just a matter of time. We will come, it will.
So take note of what Kwankwaso is saying there, because we talked about it in yesterday's session, the big session in the night. It was even the headline. There's a distinct possibility of Atiku not actually being on the ballot at all for reasons of the litigations going on in his party. And if that litigation goes strictly by law, if they don't introduce politics to open that window for him, Atiku may well not be on the ballot. And there's a distinct possibility of that.
Come and pass. So it's not like we had the primary election. This was the first time if we had stayed to have primary election with our leader, Atiku Abubakar. I remember in 2015, we had primary in Lagos. Buhari was number 1, I was number 2, he was number 3, Rochas was number 4, and later Zaya was number 5. There was an election again in 2019 in Port Harcourt. He won the election. I was his coordinator for the North. We worked for him. Politics is just like a game. I'm not fighting anybody. And I'm not expecting anybody to fight me. But the fact remains, as we rightly pointed out, so many things have changed in this country. You have leaders, many of them don't even realize what is happening in the social media. We have leaders who hardly have any contact with the young men and women. People of your age, my age, or especially the age of Atiku, are very few in this country comparatively with the younger people. The younger people have their own way of thinking. Even our children, you will be surprised, even 2023 election, in my own house, my own daughter was telling me to go and work with Peter Obi. She didn't say she was obedient, but she wanted me to work together with him. Now, and vice versa, you'll be surprised, even in your house or anybody's house in the South, there may be Kwankwaso'S people there you wouldn't know. Maybe a watchman is Kwankwaso'S. Maybe a houseboy that cooks for you is a Kwankwaso'S. Unless he knows you are interested, he will not tell you because he doesn't want to offend you.
Indeed.
So you see, there is a lot happening in this country. But people at that level we are talking about don't even understand. People are talking of religion, people are talking of ethnicity, people are talking, especially those of us at that level, at our ages. But the younger people are looking for the right leadership for this country. And I think they're absolutely right.
Well, let's talk about the APC, because that is the one party that you appear determined to remove from power. Its supporters, the APC supporters, argue that while the opposition keeps reorganizing itself endlessly, the ruling party is consolidating power quietly and strategically. What is your reaction to that? They're building resources, they're building structures. I mean, they control 31 governorships across this country. They've got 600 and something or more, I mean, local government in their back pocket. I mean,
you see, Charles, I will tell you.
How do you react to all of that?
The election of 2027 is going to be unique. Election will be between Nigerians and I don't know whether to call them the leaders or the operators or whatever. That's what is going to happen. It's not going to be between a party, this party, and that party. Now, I can tell you for free that our governors, most of them, I wouldn't say all, have made so much mistakes politically.
All right, I'm going to have to bail out in about 10-15 minutes, just to go and do something for about 10 minutes thereabout. If somebody wants to come in to keep Solly company, then I'll just let you guys carry on. Otherwise, we will need to shut it down. But we'll carry on. I'm going to have to go and do something about 10 minutes thereabout.
To the extent that most of them are not with the people. And that's why people are yearning for change. I can tell you what stands today is all the governors, the 33, the 36, whatever number they are relying on Bola Tinubu to win election. And he himself, my senior brother and good friend, is also relying on the governors. The question is, which governor? Where are the governors now? With due respect and due humility, they made so many mistakes.
What happened?
So also at the leadership level, you see, if you are a president, if you are a governor, try and look for credible people who relate with their the constituencies. because people see president through the faces of their representatives in government. If you go to Kano, for example, people see President Bola Tinubu through the face of Ganduje, through the face of Abba the governor now, and so on and so forth. Now you ask the question, how do our people see them? That's the question. And it applies to all the states. Now people believe if you are a governor, you can do anything. No, that is not correct, especially now where eyes don't open now. People are looking for a way out. People are not happy with the status quo, and they are working so hard to change the status quo. So ab initio, there was problem at national and problems at state level. Many people believe money is everything. Money is just part of one pillar in election.
Yeah,
You have them,
certainly
they're
an
important.
important thing in
But there are
Nigerian
other important
politics.
things that are key. If you just leave that pillar alone, the whole structure will collapse.
Yeah, but up to this point, money has been a decisive factor, hasn't it, in Nigeria?
No. Especially, I can tell you, with these movements, money is just one pillar out of so many pillars.
Right. But
to the extent
right.
that I can tell you that, look at the example of Kano. In 1999, we had no senator, no House of Reps, no commissioner, no state government, no federal government. We won election. The same thing is 2023. No national government, no state government, no local governments, no contractors, no plots, no nothing. And people came, they will collect the money and vote for us. Some will even say, we don't want your money, we don't want your textile, we don't want your Maggi or you don't rice. Even now, people are distributing rice because they think Northerners are like chicken. Throw them grains, they will come and you cut them. Things have changed. In fact, they have changed a long time ago.
Well, some would say you brought it. I mean, and it's happened there repeatedly. And I was going to ask you this: the APC. I mean, we were given the impression that you were negotiating with them. You had discussions with them. What happened?
Now I can tell you.
Fall apart, sort of thing?
I can tell you, in 2015, we considered seniority.
I'm talking about in 2020.
I'm coming.
526.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Right.
In 2020, in 2015, we considered seniority. We brought in Ganduje to be our flag bearer. Of course, he won the election. He changed his mind. So when 2019 came, we decided to test our structure in Kano. Abu was not the most senior. He was far away from it. And that was why one brought him, just to chase, to test that structure and ensure that whoever we bring will win that election. That's how he came. And we considered the issue of loyalty because he has been with me for over 40 years. Now we brought him, and the structure stood up really and delivered him. So our structure is not based on any individual. I can tell you, we can change your name now and many other things and take you to Kano. I can tell you, can win.
I like that. Well, I might just consider that.
You can win because you see, over the years, that's on a lighter mood.
Yeah.
So if they change Charles's name to another name and take him to Kano, which name do you think it will get? It looks like a Dandaudu to me. If you know what a Dandaudu is, or Dandauda in the north, it looks like one of them. It would be, if they change his name to another name, it would be a Dandaudu or Dandauda, which is a sort of a Bobrisky inflection.
The interview just feels like
Go on.
The interview just feels like they are stroking each other's egos.
Yes, it's it's like they're rubbing baby oil on each other and wanting to do naughty things. It's like okay. But Femi, good to see you, man. Have you come to keep solid company, Femi? Femo. Oh, all right. Let's carry on. There's not much more of it left, and then we'll just open it up.
So we're able to established.
Or should we just even stop it now? Do you want to? Eh?
Or should we just even stop it now?
Do we want to watch it to the end, or just I think we are not going to get much more out of it, but let's give it another 3-4 minutes and then yeah.
Goodwill, and nobody can run away from it. I can tell you for free that in 4 years we sponsored over 3,000 abroad. Many of them are professors now, associate professors, doctors, medical doctors, pilots, those who are in the sea now, you know, piloting ships and so on. They are all over the world. And I can tell you, some of them may come only 4 years to do this election. You can't beat them. We built 2 universities. All these universities, all the products see us as people who establish.
Okay. So you have to give Kwankwaso that he did a lot of is it the term now human capital development in Kano State? If there was one legacy that he left, it was the legacy of uplifting people. He trained just a lot of people in Kano State. Even there's a member of this platform, I'm not going to tell you his name, that he has told us once that he was trained by Kwankwaso, where he used to be a member, but I'm not sure anymore. He hates us now because we're exposing his leader. But no, in terms of human capital development, I don't think you can take that away from Kwankwaso.
What kind of development? This is the first time I'm hearing about.
No, he did a lot of scholarship training.
Yeah, that's true. Kwankwaso trained a lot of people in, when I talk about not just the hairdresser and stuff, I'm talking about pilots, engineers, doctors. I qualify, and I know people around the world. I've met people that are doctors, PhD holders around the world now. All these Fulani people, they're plenty. You just don't see them. There are lots of them in the UK,
a lot of them were trained
in Europe, and they're just not like they're like highly specialized, highly educated doctors, engineers,
and by the way,
master's level, PhD level, and these guys want that train them.
Hold on, Aro. And by the way, he did not just train them to send them to Ahmed Bello internationally. He sent them around the world.
Yeah, around the world. I've met people that went to college in UK, Salford University, Malaysia. They went to like proper, like high level, high skill, high STEM. Like this is not just some PhD, master's level. You know, it really. One thing I can give it to him is and these people.
This proves more and more that this is a tribal movement, because from what I've heard, this guy should not even be deputizing that beer factory man.
Kwankwaso is above Peter Obi by any standard. He was a better governor in Kano State because he has legacies that I can point to. Peter Obi has no legacy. He's vastly better educated. In terms of governance, he has functioned at all of the tiers of government. You know, he was once a defense minister. I think that was under Obasanjo military. I'm not sure somebody called Obasanjo civilian even. It was that. He's been a senator, a 2-term governor. It's by any standard.
Deputy Speaker of the House.
Deputy Speaker by any standard you measure politics, is vastly above Peter Obi by any standard.
You have just thrown meat to the wolves.
No, now everybody knows this. Now it's not even anything controversial.
I didn't know.
It is superior to him by any, as personally, politically, age, education is above him by any standard.
I think he went to UI. Yeah, I think he might have gone to UI for his PhD or his master's.
He went to proper schools. Now he didn't go to. Yeah. It's
a PhD in civil engineering is no joke. Like,
yes, not Arabic studies, so civil engineering. I mean, there's no metric you want to use to measure, but Obi commands a very strong ethnic stock, and that is what is subordinating himself to. That's just it. But should we give it 3 more minutes and then we'll
That university we have directed. We established 26 institutes. We were empowering women, youth, and everybody. Free medical service. Even education was free. For 8 years, we are in Kano. We feed our children in the school, give them 2 sets of uniform in primary schools. We sponsored them locally, private universities, at least 5 private universities. and federal university. So you see, and these are the sort of things we wanted those governors coming up to emulate. People will choose to have money. To the extent that people now will say Kwankwaso has no money. Yes, I have no money, but I'm in peace. That is one. And monies are everywhere now. We have never lost the election because of money. In fact, we have never lost the election in the actual sense in Kano. They will do Magumagung and straight it. This last election was nothing. It was Abba as our candidate. Abba has been with me right from civil service up to politics. He has been my PA in Kano, Ministry of Defense, everywhere I went.
But obviously you're on
the governor.
Right. You're on a national level now. So you're going to need support beyond Kano.
No, that's what we are saying.
Right.
No, that's my base.
Right.
And even those, our leader, when he came, he was referring to Kano.
Yes.
Forgetting that other places, we have people. You see, me and you and all other people in the country, whether Christian, Muslim, or anything, we have many things in common. We are human beings. If I slap you, you will feel pained. If I praise you or I give you something, you'll be happy, and so on. And so we are all the same. And that's why I always say that Nigerians are good people. In fact, very good people. Their elasticity limit is so much that leaders keep on.
But you didn't answer a question I asked you about your relationship or your consultations with the APC, because it was reported that you were talking to them and that you were in the process of going to join the APC, and then things fell apart. And the reason I ask you that is that it raises questions about what your ideology is. If the same APC that you're now turning against in the NDC, you were considering joining them, what kind of ideology do you have?
You're just talking of rumor.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. That's why you're
that's
here.
what I'm telling you.
Okay.
That one was a rumor.
Okay.
But at stage, we collectively, as Kwankwaso, decided from NNPP to talk.
All right, guys, I'm going to bill for a few moments. There's sufficient enough of you to keep it going. I'll be gone for about 20 minutes thereabout. So let me just let you guys coordinate the conversation amongst yourselves. So if anybody wants to come in right now, because in a minute I'm gone. But you guys carry on.
Where are you going, woman?
I have to go and do something for about 10-20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to join the show this morning. It's been a while.
Mr. Adela Wale, afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, it's afternoon over there. Good afternoon, my brother.
Yeah, it's afternoon over here, so.
It's early morning here. I'm on my way to work. I'm on my way to work right now. Good afternoon, my brother. How's it going? How's everything now?
Thank God. With the push on. What can we do?
What if Kwankwaso is a more planted in ADC, NDC, and I'll tell you the last question Charles asked him. He said, before he moved to ADC, he was seen visiting, Aso Rock, visiting the APC stalwarts and all that. And the speculation was trying to see if he can find a soft land with them, being that they are the party in power. But then he moved to ADC. What does he have in common with ADC? And I'm trying to figure it out. Here is a man who was almost ostracized from his own political party. He was actually grounded. He was suspended. And the current governor of Kano State was more or less his deputy. He was his right-hand man. He was pushed out of that party. Now, his alliance with Peter Obi now going forward to NDC is trying to ride on that ethnic reliance with the hope that when the power returns to the north, he'll be able to capitalize on the fact that he supported one of their sons. So in doing so, with the hope that the Southeast will be able to give him vote. But sometimes the tide of political wave doesn't go that way, because a lot could happen in a day in politics. Now, What if it's the APC mole? It is possible, and I don't want us to look at it like, oh, it's probably not in good time with some of those APC. In a way, it's about personal interest. So when you have a personal interest that supersedes national or regional interest, he would do whatever he could do, and that is exactly what he's doing right now by alliance or forming an alliance with Peter Obi. They don't have anything in common, and that's one thing people should know. They have nothing in common. I mean, you could see even with the optic, the struggle for relevance when it comes to who is actually in charge. First and foremost, Peter Obi is not in charge of NDC. He's just using that as a purpose for what do you call it? Uh, what do you call it?
SPV.
MPV.
SPV, yeah.
SPV, special purpose vehicle. Is just using that, and that tells you about the kind of quality of a leader. Kwankwaso is very vast when it comes to, practicing, partisan politics in Nigeria. Who would have thought? Here's an idea that was toyed with in the last general election, and he vehemently rejected that. In fact, he saw it as an insult. That how could somebody brings Obi to his level? Bring him to Obi's level. Like you guys said, here is a PhD holder in, I think, in electronic engineering or whatever, and he had been in virtually all public offices in Nigeria. For somebody who had gone through such, position in the country. I mean, you will imagine that he will be the one leading the pack. But for the fact that he's purposely, put himself under more or less subservient himself to be, with the hope that when that tide comes or the pendulum swings to the north in 2031, he will be able to garner more vote from southeast. Well, what he doesn't know is that even though the southeast have shown that they always can be loyal in some ways, blindly loyal, I don't see them aligned with NDC, and I don't see NDC going beyond this coming election, because here is a party that was more or less like a regional, not even would say regional, but it's more or less Niger Delta party, put together by Seriaki Dixon. And he begins to see the relevance of, ask the question, what is the relevance of NDC? It is a party that has no, beyond the regional restriction, I don't see that extending. You can't expect NDC in the southwest or in the north. I don't even see, and that is the right I question that. Why don't we think that APC planted the Kwankwaso, first in APC?
Should I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
First thing first, I do not believe Kwankwaso is a mole. I believe he's looked at the permutations and is making a bet on himself and on this. Like you said earlier on there, it looks at it from a point of view of this. Can he defeat Tinubu in 2027? No. Okay, he doesn't have the wherewithal. He's done his calculations, done his permutations. He had conversations with APC that I was made to understand, and I believe what he was trying to argue for was a VP slot. Okay, that didn't work. It was some of his Kwankwaso is a tough person to deal with. He's very bothersome, and he's very imposing, and that was why he fell off with Ganduje. Also, why he fell off with Abba Kabir Yusuf. He's someone that is very disturbing, very imposing. He imposes his will. He tries to get his way. Okay, and he tried to negotiate with APC. He couldn't get his way with APC for VP slot, and that is why he's moved on. But Kwankwaso is intelligent enough to know where things are politically. So he knows he can't get away in 2027, and I think he's playing very hard for 2031. In 2031, Kwankwaso was the most powerful. At the moment, I think, save for Atiku, and even with Atiku, I think Kwankwaso and Atiku are jointly the most powerful individuals in the North in terms of politically. I don't think Atiku has much over him. So I think Kwankwaso, he has the pull. And I think by 2031, Atiku will be out of the game. All right. So with Atiku out of the game, really, he has no contestation in apart from whatever APC can garner. Okay. in the north between now and 2031. I'm talking about the likes of Shetima and Nuhu Ribadu, whatever political gravity that's taken, they can put together a muscle they can build between now and then. Their main contestation would be against Kwankwaso. And I think he politically and in a lot of things, I think he has it under. So that's that. I think he's playing for 2021. It's a smart move. You can see he tried to go back to the alliances between the First Republic and the Second Republic. And those alliances there were always between the North and the Southeast. No matter how problematic those alliances were, they always found a way to make those alliances, because those alliances there, I wouldn't say much. I have my opinions about those alliances there and the motivations and the greed that bring those two, parties together. But it is what it is. I think that's what he's playing at. And I think it's logical, and I think it's really a strong play. I have to give it to him. So that's where he stands. And then to the matter of a mole, I think the mole that everybody needs to look at in NDC really is not anybody else but Seraki Dixon. Everybody just has to look at Seraki Dixon. Who is Seraki Dixon? What are his antecedents? What were the things he was doing throughout the period when PDP? Because Seraki Dixon is one of the most powerful governors, or former governors in PDP. What was Seraki Dixon doing throughout the period while PDP had an issue? And what was his position throughout that period? I think that's the question everybody needs to ask themselves. And if you have an answer to that there, you then see there that Seraki Dixon is really the person everybody should be looking out for. He's the person that I think, if there's a mole, I'd say it's Seraki Dixon, or people, his associates there, are the people there that that will troublesome. Because Seraki Dixon, I don't really know where he stands. Is an individual that I've always found to be very, very tricky. He's a trickster. He's a man that likes to stand in the gap. He doesn't stand, he doesn't stand on one side. He likes to straddle the fence. So best of luck to them. But I really see Kwankwaso as the only winner. Even above Tinubu. Tinubu might win this election, but Kwankwaso, I think, is the real winner in this 2027 political permutation.
How is he going to win against Tinubu, even if he doesn't win?
I think if he's playing for 2031, and I acknowledge what you said earlier on about if he does, Tinubu might really go after him between now and 2027, because yes, he's a real threat. Okay. Now, if Tinubu fails to diminish him politically and cause him cause him some kind of political distress and put him out of the mystery.
But he has done that. He has done that already. Remember what happened in Kano?
Not really. It's not complete. It's not complete yet. If they don't put him out, really, he's the
but there's no way you can. There's no way you can put him out completely. The best thing is to chip off from his back.
They've already started. He's on the list. He's on an international list. That is how you start getting rid of him.
But the final blow, I predict, is after 2027 election.
Yeah. After 2027 election, whatever they do after 2027 election to him is what's going to. But if they don't do something to him after that, you can be guaranteed that he's going to probably walk in 2031. It will be the next president. You can almost be guaranteed. It'll be a very tough fight. If they don't put him out of his misery between now and 2031, the APC then can forget about it. He's going to become the next president. But then again, between now and then, he might find himself in APC. Kwankwaso, the way someone that knows, Kwankwaso was described to me by someone that knows him personally. Okay, someone that speaks to him. He's a wheeler. Do you know the way the person described him to me? This is someone that knows him personally. He described him as a wheeler dealer. That's the way the person described Kwankwaso to me. That Kwankwaso is a wheeler dealer, and that's exactly what they described him as. People that know him personally, people that know him in person, said he's a wheeler dealer. So, and they said he's not someone, he's someone that is very shifty, someone that can change his position very quickly.
In APC, it is all about Baba Sope. You get, even he went to APC and he told them what he wanted and they told him to go away. He's too ambitious, he's too intellectual, and he wants
They didn't just tell him to go away, they told him to fuck off.
Yeah, so he's not a Baba Sope boy. So he's never entering APC. You should just don't. It's never going to happen. Never.
It was there before. It was there before now.
I'm talking about now. Now it's
well. About Baba Sope. If you could join them, then it could still come back to the fold if there's a need for it.
No, Kwankwaso is a bothersome and very entitled individual, and he is someone that does not know how to share power. He doesn't know how to share responsibility. He doesn't know how to share. He doesn't understand political patronage. He's someone that wants to be it all, and it's like kind of almost like a version of Obasanjo, but even a more unbearable version of Obasanjo. He's entitled. He feels he's the most intelligent. He feels he doesn't have to share power. He doesn't have to share anything with you. And that's the big problem that everybody has with him. And that is why everybody falls out with him. That's why he doesn't like Atiku. That's why he fell out with Ganduje, who's his childhood friend. That's why he fell out with Abba Kabir Yusuf, who is his in-law, and who has been his personal aide and personal assistant for more than 40 years, like I said.
Ganduje can't be his childhood friend, though. Ganduje is
they are childhood friends. Personally, they've known each other since childhood, since they were both in their teenage years. I've seen pictures of both of them, together. I've seen pictures of when they were both in their 20s.
Ganduje is an old man. Sure.
Ganduje is about what? He's mid 70s. I believe. I know they're older than each other, but I've seen. My understanding is they've been friends since they were teenagers. There's only about 5 years between them, less than that.
His checkmate is Ganduje in Kano, and they've already chipped off from his pack. His Kwankwaso'S movement, because when he fell out with the governor, that's what I knew that okay, the upper hand is dealing with him. And that moment I knew that okay, he's going to be ridiculed politically. So he decided to move down. But come to think of it, in your own backyard, you are being sidelined. What does that tell you about your political game? So even though he's smart, nationally he's a recognizable politician, it can still be dealt with. But in your own party, just like what happens to Asiwaju during Buhari first time, and going towards second time, it was sidelined as well. It was insane as well. It was once one of our party stalwarts, but he knew when to crawl in like a snail, and crawl out when the coast is clear. And because of what was done to him, he didn't relate with the rest of the party member in a way that would show that it was, coming with vengeance or anything. He supported Buhari, recognizing that the promising land is what matters, not about what he's going through at the moment. So what he did was to crawl back in. And that tells you about a politician that knows his game. I mean, I can imagine Asiwaju he was almost being pushed out of APC, even during the screening for the primary. It was more or less like being ridiculed because he was a strong financial supporter of APC. So you can imagine going through all those, unnecessary rigmaroles. Now, what's been done to Kwankwaso? He couldn't stand it. He couldn't stay and fight. He decided to move away. And look at it now. He has moved to almost 2 parties since he was being kicked out of NPP. So what does that tell you about his political game? I believe, like you guys, I also believe that it will be dealt with after 2031. Forget about the international terrorism acquisition or whatever. Sometimes it goes beyond just what we are saying or being read on a pages of newspaper. All these things can easily be. Look at Atiku now. Is Atiku not going traveling to the United States? The whole thing has been dealt with politics and all that. And they will find a way to go through the back channel and smooth things over and ensure that his image is no longer attached to terrorism or whatever. Personally, I don't believe Kwankwaso is a sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria. I don't think so. I might be wrong, but here's the man that I believe is highly, educated, and at the end of the day, of course, it will be a force to reckon with in the next general election. I mean, not this one, but after 2031. But by then, age will be catching up on him. Like you said earlier, the gamble the stake is just so high for him. I wouldn't do that if I were him, because at that moment you now become the kingmaker. So now struggle.
But he has no choice. What option does Kwankwaso have? You tell me this. What option does he have? He went to APC to try and get Sharim, whatever. What's the deputy's VP's name? Shetima. He tried to get Shetima out of there for 2027 so that he can contest as a VP. He was told to fuck right off.
He actually is strategizing on that for a long time. Even I can remember one event when the people had to protest that they didn't mention
Shetima. Yeah, that was in Yobe State. That was in Yobe State.
Yeah, it was his machinery that was in play then.
Yeah, so I mean, the way you look at it, there, he doesn't have a choice. What option does he have? He has to make a play for 2031, and this is the strongest play he can make for 2030. You can see in what he said.
The party he aligned with is not.
Forget the party he tried to align with. I want you to look at what he invoked. He invoked the sentiments of the First and the Second Republic and the arrangement that guaranteed power for both the North and the Southeast in the First and Second Republic. Remember that the Second Republic started in 1969, or was it? Where? Yeah, 69, and that was only 69. Yes, yeah. Second Republic was in 69, and that was less than. Sorry, no, not 69. Was it? No. 19. Yes. What year was it?
After the first coup.
Yeah, the first coup was 1979. Sorry, Abi. Yeah, 1979, thereabouts, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, I believe
this
so.
Was 79. Sorry, no, 10 years after the Civil War.
That was Shagari's first term.
Yeah, so 10 years after the Civil War, and look at what they were. That's less than 10 years after the Civil War. They were able to, re-energize the same, political permutation that guaranteed, the Southeast and the North, political power in the center. That is what he's trying to invoke. So, I mean, I can see what he's trying to play at. And I think it's the only legitimate position they could take. And I don't blame him. If I were in this position, I'd do the same thing. This is the strongest position. This is a good play for him. I absolutely commend him for seeing it for what it is and going for it.
For a long time, the party is not going to achieve it. He knew that the party is not going to win the presidency anyway. So I'm trying to gauge his end game by aligning with this regional party that is unknown.
His end game is 2031.
If there's one thing I think he will gain is, being politically relevant, because he's going to belong to opposition, and they will use that to, to always come into the public relevance. Other than that, I do not. Even the vote in the Kano is going to be split into two now, if not three.
No, well, two, because three maybe. I don't know what our article will do. It didn't do particularly very well in the last election because of the Kwankwaso'S movement. So I don't think it's going to gain any substantial amount of votes. So I think it's going to still be two ways. You're going to have this, you now have a consolidation between Ganduje, the governor, and Shekarau. They are consolidated under APC and the deputy Senate president. And then you have Kwankwaso and the Kwankwaso'S movement to be obedient. So we'll see how things go. Kano State also has a decent population of Southeasterners in Sabongeri. So we'll see how things go. There'll be quite interesting contestation. And with Atiku possibly not, because ADC, it looks like even NDC are in a quagmire right now. in the courts. Apparently, the individual that tried to register ADA, which was unfortunately not successfully registered by INEC, has gone to court to contest the registration of NDC by INEC. So apparently there are some issues with how NDC was registered by INEC, apparently with the process. Because even when this fellow, this senator, Asheraki Dixon, came out publicly and said he had registered NDC, I was rather shocked because of the process. The processes you need to do, the things you need to do to register a political party in Nigeria now, it's very tedious. So when he registered that party, I was rather shocked that he managed to register a party. So apparently someone has come to contest that registration now.
But every time, someone will always come up to contest it. And you know what's funny is that they always claim that the party in power is always the one remotely controlling those elements in the parties that are becoming an edict to them. But in my own, why can't they do the same thing, replicate the same thing in the APC, plant more?
It's not quite the same. The APC, they have patronage to distribute. They unlike them, and even at that, what I always say is this: if you have your ducks in a row, you're in a better position to fight any possibility of all these legal matters. All they have to do is do the things the right way, don't cut any corners, and then you're in a better position. But once you cut corners, you expose yourself. The fact of the matter is you're playing a political game. The idea that someone is going to sit around and watch you play successfully, I don't know where that ever happens. There's nowhere in the world where political parties do not try to undermine each other. I've never seen that happen anywhere. That's the name of the game, is undermine each other. It's politics for a reason. So the idea that APC are going to sit around and sit idly and not try to undermine you, I don't know how to.
They have their own crisis. They have their own crisis too, though. But it's not. It's not in.
They have their own crisis, but I see what APC is up with. What's happening in APC is, take it as you like. But I see there's a legalization. Lagos, they're using the Lagos style right across the board. You can see they are now using consensus. There's people fighting the consensus. But they have a situation where they've developed across all the states a stakeholders panel that then, now you can say the stakeholders panel is a corruption of the political system, or you can say that that's politics at its best, where the stakeholders all sit together and they decide, that's democracy. Democracy is when everybody comes together and they make a collective decision. Okay, that's really what democracy is, no matter how they take, but that's what it is. So I think you see it about, I think Yobe, Nasarawa, there's some issues there with the candidacy and whatnot. But you see across the states, we are seeing the system being used in Lagos, being adopted in and it's causing some frictions. It's causing some, it's bringing solutions in some places. It's causing friction in other places. So we'll see what becomes of that then. But that's something I've noticed, that whole Lagos system is being domesticated across the different states in how they pick their candidates. So I mean that's something that's quite interesting.
I mean, come to think of it, it works for Lagos State because it kind of prevents unnecessary explosion. I mean, look at Hamza. Is going to be the next governor of Lagos State, and you can see all the stakeholders. I haven't seen any of the stakeholders that is going to against Hamzat's candidacy. I haven't seen it. I mean, I'm talking about the big whip in Lagos State. Virtually all the previous governors are coming to his side. I mean, he has paid his due. So if it works in Lagos, I don't see the reason why it can't work in other.
Mr. Dewale, people can contest it and they can say it's undemocratic, but that's how it should work. Because what they've done is they've actually done a mini election before the main election itself.
Right.
The stakeholders are not going to come out publicly and complain because they are educated individuals. They are old enough. They are experienced in politics. They've gotten together and deliberated between themselves. After the deliberations they've come to a collective agreement. If you're a decent individual, once you come to a collective agreement in private, why should you go to the public to then make, statements that contradict each other? So they've come to a collective agreement, and they've put forward one individual. I think because they are respectable individuals, that is why they are not making any public pronouncements that then contradict what they've done in the private. And that is how decent individuals should behave.
You remember, sorry to cut you, you remember the incident that happens in Lagos when Obasa was allegedly suspended in absentia, and the rest of the House of Assembly were more or less on the side of the coup plotter, like our brother Desmond Idiot. I think he's been punished for that move, or don't you think so?
I don't know. Only Baba and the negotiants can say. I don't know. I have my opinions, but I don't know.
To draw from that consensus candidacy of a thing, and in his constituency, a lady is also vying for that position. To the point that even Bajabia Milan's mother was saying, blessing her. I'm not saying that she endorsed her, but you could tell that she's gathering momentum, or more or less getting the support of the
but Desmond have done run 4 times now. Waiting to find where go do 5th time. You don't run 4 times now.
Right. But I wonder why you go ahead to pick that form, not fully aware that this time around it is a possibility.
But he has an entitlement to pick the form now. So he's picked the form for the primaries. At the end of the day, the law, because at the end of the day, the law, the electoral law says that it's either direct or consensus. Now, consensus can only work where all the candidates pull out. So if he insists that he wants to contest, let him go and contest. Already, they've already done a pre-consensus, and the stakeholders have decided that this is the person we are going to, support at the primaries. So if he goes to the primaries and he gets humiliated, fair play. If he wants to go and get humiliated at the primaries, it's his choice. No one's going to stop him. I surely wouldn't. So, let him go and get humiliated at the primaries. Whatever he comes back, whatever he learns there, he learns. And then they pick it up from there.
If he should have known that, there's chances of him losing the election. So why even
I like Lagos State. They always do a consensus. I think why I like Lagos State. They have a consensus, but they always run primaries. Look at when Ambode contested against Sanwo-Olu. They had consensus for Ambode, for Sanwo-Olu before the elections. But they let Ambode go and run the primaries, and he got humiliated. 92% of the voters voted for Sanwo-Olu against a sitting governor at the primaries. So they will run the primaries. Even with Amzat, they're still going to run primaries. They'll run direct primaries, but they've already, the stakeholders across the grassroots and everybody, they've communicated the fact that this is where we are going to. So when they get to the primaries itself there's no turmoil there. It's clean, it's straightforward. Everybody knows the direction they are moving. I have to say, I give it to them the way they run the government there. It's very clean. It's very tight.
But you also understand that Lagos style it cannot be adopted nationwide. I think there's a particular state that is going for direct primary. I forgot the name. It was in the news a few weeks ago. It's not everywhere. There's a lot of people that feel that we've contributed to that party one way or the other. And I felt a little bit being pushed out. And consensus sometimes, depends on who make the determination that this is who we want there. And in some ways, in cases, it doesn't really work out in a way, and sometimes makes people break away and go to other parties. So to be able to manage that successfully, without rancor after the selection, it requires a great skill. Because there's some states that kick back. They always fight about it's my turn, it's not your turn, and stuff like that. But good job to them. Another thing is the Aisha Yusufu contesting for senatorial district in Abuja. Is that a joke taken too far?
Why would it be a joke?
once for someone to come from Abuja, what I've seen is that most of the times, usually an indigene of that axis that usually win the elections.
But Ireti is
Abuja
not an
lost,
indigene. Ireti is not an indigene. Her husband is from Kano.
but she
Oh,
she
sorry,
has nothing.
wait, is
No,
I don't know if he's from Kano or
she
sorry,
has
I
some.
was from Bordeaux, I think, Maduguri, I think, or somewhere anyway. He's not from.
No, we're not using her husband. Ireti Gingbe is from Abuja axis.
No, Ireti is from what's name? You know who Ireti is? You know, Muitala's wife,
Yeah.
Muitala Mohammed's wife. They are from. I think they are Ijebu. Ireti's father is from Ijebu now.
Are
She's
you
not
serious?
from. Yeah, and I think her mother is Takpa. I think her mother is Takpa from Benue or Dakpogi or one of these that axis DJ. But her father, I believe, is Ijebu. I think they're Egba, yeah. I think they're Egba, either Egba or Ijebu, one from Ogun State anyway. Ireti's
I know
sister
it's
is
Muitala's
Murtala's
sister.
wife. Yeah.
Right.
They are Yoruba
So
now. They are Yoruba. She's a Yoruba woman.
I know that is, but on the mother side is what I'm not sure
No,
of.
I don't think her mother. I don't think her mother is from that side though. I think her mother I think Takpa possibly. Don't quote me.
Oh,
But
really?
something of yeah,
So,
but she's not.
so Yusufu want to ride on the same jamboree of the last time where people voted for party of no relevance to get into power. Is that what she's trying to do? Because I don't see her
She
winning
fancies
that
her
election.
chances. I mean, if she rides on the obedient and the Igbo votes,
Mm-hmm.
then she can say, okay, she has a legitimate chance. I mean, I don't envy her. She has to contest against Ureti, and then she has to contest against the indigene. So I know the former Senate president, the former senator, who is an indigene of that area, I think it's a baggy man, is the one that should be contesting against alongside Iretuki Gibe who is in NDC. So I mean, I mean, at the end of the day, if she thinks that's a shot, why not? She has money, courtesy of the obedience, of which they are most likely going to give her more money. So,
You saying she has embezzled all the obedience money, right?
and whatever she doesn't have, they will contribute for her now. So I mean, you have to give it to her. She's a smart woman. Only a sharp girl. So
You see, every time she can already now contest, and there's one guy that always selling what is it called? All those guys. What is his name? He said he called himself an activist. So I was like, this guy is not an activist. So he too is also contesting from I think if Ogoja or something like that. Anyway, I say, well, it's
if
time for
you know how
everybody to
many
catch.
young people I know that have returned, that I know, especially these London boys, that are returning to Nigeria to go and contest House of Rep or one house seat or one. There's a lot of people because there's money in politics. That's the unfortunate. There's still too much money in our politics. And there's still too much influence in our politics. And anybody that has some small money and he thinks he wants to improve on on some influence and get that they just think, oh, let's go and do contestation. By the time we contest once, twice, by the third time they will know us or they will pick us or so everybody's contesting. I know young people that know ne'er do wells that are going to contest for local government chairman now. I mean, it's pitiful, really. It's just, I mean, you know the people, you see the people now, you see them, they're just one person that you know that is just one useless fellow over here. And then before you know
Sorry,
it, you
guys, I'm
just see,
already at work. Talk to you guys later.
yeah, all right, see.
Mr. Solly.
Is anyone still here? Are we shutting it down?
I think we are. I am still here. I'm here.
Can I come in?
Well, you are in already.
Yeah. Let me make a comment.
Okay,
Briefly.
I think that is good.
So, according to what I had in the last 5 minutes since I've been at the background, so because Kwankwaso did not align to, because Kwankwaso did not did not align with you, your party. Now he's an irrelevant candidate. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, you are in already. We're hearing ourselves back. We're hearing. We're hearing ourselves back.
Hold on. Let me call this down. So, according to what I had in the last 5 minutes since I've been at the background, so because Kwankwaso did not align to, because Kwankwaso did not align. Can I go ahead? Your party. Now he's an irrelevant candidate. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're hearing ourselves. You muted device. We're hearing ourselves back from you.
Okay, one man stay there, please. Let me log out and come back in.
Yeah, that would be better.
Oh, all right. Where were we in the conversation? Apologies, I had to rush off to do something. So what's the verdict then? Is Kwankwaso playing Obi, or is Obi playing Kwankwaso, or are they playing each other? I will probably surmise that they are playing each other. Obi stands to gain. Kwankwaso gives him the biggest credibility he will ever get in the North. And Obi gives Kwankwaso the biggest credibility he will ever get in the South. So Obi will get his moment in 2027. They'll make a lot of noise. They'll abuse a lot of people. A lot of Unzobu and the usual, what we know them for. So all that plays out in 2027. Tinubu gets re-elected. Peter Obi fades away because as soon as Tinubu gets re-elected, Peter Obi is out of politics because there's no window till another 12 years. So Peter Obi is out of politics January 2027 if Tinubu gets re-elected. But Kwankwaso is still in politics, because in 2031, power goes back to the North. And then Kwankwaso, it will be primarily positioned because, as you know, the narrative around Kwankwaso is that he's too regional in his sort of appeal. It's a northern candidate. We only know him for one state, Kano politics. You have to get past Kwankwaso to get any vote in Kano. So that's what we know him for. But this now outreach into the obedient base, by the time we've done all of the arguing, the insults, the conversations, the interviews, everything, Kwankwaso would have established himself as an entity within especially that Southeastern sympathy. So when we get past 2027, Kwankwaso will still carry a lot of cachet that he would have gotten from his association with Peter Obi in the Southeast. So he will carry that cachet to establish himself now as a national figure rather than just some indigenized Kano politician. And then he carries those two spaces, his strong presence in the North and a strong presence in the Southeast. Then he carries that then as a straight towards 2031. So that's what Kwankwaso is politicking. Peter Obi just wants a big name from the North in order to tell you that he has a northern backing. So that plays out for Peter Obi as well. But the biggest winner, of course, is Sirika Dixon, who has suddenly found himself the chairperson of an important political space. Of course, everything will collapse after January 2027. But what's your reading of the situation Midwest? Femi, have you spoken, by the way? Has Femi spoken? Anyone here? Am I just talking to myself? Is anyone there?
Yeah, am I just talking to myself? Yes,
I did hear. I did hear you, but I want to unmute my something, so it's I'm a little bit busy, you know. So this guy you call the step talk, so I just listen to him a little bit. I will be free any moment from now.
All right, let's hear from Prestige then, who's back with us. So, Prestige, we're talking about the Kwankwaso Obi permutation. We're talking about the winners and losers, who wins what, who gains what, who's the ultimate winner in the whole permutation. We, of course, know that it's not going to land them in Aso Rock, but post the election, how does it play out?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So while I was listening earlier,
are you there or not, Guy?
I don't know if it is my device. I think his device is not working good. I'm not hearing him.
No, I can't hear him either.
Okay.
Are you there, Prestige? What's going on?
Man of Prestige, you have to go out and come back again. Just try second time. I think something is wrong with your device. If you are hearing us.
I don't know what's going on. I think
now it's good. Now it is good. Maybe you can try.
One man is doing something to me, but I'll go ahead and
you can continue. It has nothing to do with one man.
I know him. Me and one man have a love-hate relationship. So let me go ahead and come back.
Also, so there's a Prestige who has not mastered the simple art of technology, but he wants to be the president of Nigeria. Yeah, a Prestige is it's a good example of Peter Obi. Actually, is rudderless, is clueless, but he wants to be important. So if you want, this is a good sample of the sort of presentation that Peter Obi presents: confused, rudderless, dithering, gumless. Just confused, just never really up to speed with what's going on around him, but he wants to be relevant. So that's Peter Obi right there, manifesting, channeling to man of prestige, just completely clueless to everything going on. So Prestige, of course, was a good friend of mine, so we mess around a lot. So yes, the one thing I will say, I am glad for this Obi Kwankwaso mix, because it suddenly made the elections interesting. Because it was just boring. We were just coasting through to Tinubu being announced in January as returned, winning by a landslide. So we're still coasting through, by the way, to Tinubu being announced in January, winning by a landslide. There is nothing, absolutely categorically nothing, that will stop the Tinubu victory except an act of God. And I think his life will be long-lived. He will live into his 90s. But at least this Kwankwaso Obi something, it gives us something to talk about, keeps us busy. That's just what it does. They say enemies, friends, and then there's this now new coinage, frenemies. So I think that frenemy coinage is what really applies to this now menage a trois going on between the red cap from the north and the red cap from the east. So it's a marriage of strange bedfellows. There is enough to know that somebody like Kwankwaso, he cannot abide somebody like Peter Obi. He cannot stand him. Every pore of his being repels at the idea of Peter. Somebody like Kwankwaso is an Islamist, is a northern oligarch, a Fulani man, a man of privilege, a man that's been in governance 30, 40, 50 years, a man of education. So everything that Kwankwaso is looks down on everything that Peter Obi is. And there's a natural instinct of detestation from somebody like Kwankwaso towards somebody that comes from where Peter Obi comes from. And we heard all of that in the Chatham House lecture that Kwankwaso gave 3 years ago. So we know the antecedent. We know how Kwankwaso really thinks about Peter Obi, but the expediency of now, the necessity of wanting to continue to retain as a recurring decimal within the Nigerian political dynamism, that's what has now followed him. That's what has now forced him rather to hold his nose and go to the smellies, to go and suffer the pong of the smell of the obedient space. But it will fall apart. The Kwankwasia movement, they're very proud, very alpha sort of a movement. They're very civilized people. And when they mix with the obedient space, who are crude, crass, illiterate, and barbaric in their manner, then you see that the oil of that water will not mix. So the implosion of this menage a trois is the next phase that we're all looking forward to. Agbado joins us as does Prestige. So whoever has a functioning system can take the floor. Knock, knock. What's going on here? What's all this now?
My brother, I'm here. Man of Prestige, are you not here? Agbado, are you not here?
Oh man.
Maybe we should start charging them hotel bills. You don't come here to sleep now. Oga Baoni.
Alpha.
I do. What's about that? Big place, you are in Nigeria.
No, I'm Zulu. I'm still in Nigeria.
All those girls, Abi, all those Instagram girls, yeah, still going through them.
Okay,
okay, no, so Kilo, you are
I listen to your chat now. You said you chat.
I want to show look at this guy,
Alpha. You said you chat me. I didn't see your. I didn't see your.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I will do it now. I sent your number to myself to have it, but you know, I will do it immediately after this. Yeah.
No problem. What's going on now?
Yeah, we are talking about this marriage of convenience between the Kwankwaso'S movement and the wildlings from the obedient space. What are you making of it? What do you think is going on there? Kwankwaso and Obi wedded for life.
Man, it's kind of I don't even know what to say. I've said earlier on that my problem with their combination is their ideology, right? So what Kwankwaso or what's it called? What is stood for? I want Peter Obi stood for. They are both two different people. So I don't really know what to speak about them, I swear. You know, like what Kwankwaso stand for, everybody knows it. What Peter Obi stood for, everybody knows it. So like for me, even talking about them, I see it as wasting of my energy. I swear down. You know? I just what made me confused is about Sule stuff they are discussing before, but I think you guys have moved on. So
no, I wasn't here then. I just stepped away. But you can talk about Surulere, but do you not think that Kwankwaso and Obi, they make the election interesting now because it was getting boring? We were just looking at Tinubu just running away to take the. It makes it interesting, doesn't it? This
Yeah, you are right. But I still see it same. It's gonna be like same thing of like 2023. It's gonna be the same thing.
Exactly.
It's gonna play out the same way. Because Atiku will definitely run, and if Atiku didn't run, I think he will be going for Tinubu because he will see Peter Obi as his worst enemy. So I don't think he will go to their camp. So
this will be the second time that Peter Obi will be effing him in the ass now.
I swear down. In fact, the man is not even saying anything. I didn't hear him talk again. Like, or did you hear anything from Atiku? Did anybody hear anything from him?
No, it came out yesterday. It came out yesterday. Atiku. It said the idea of zoning the ticket to the south, because I'm not sure if PDP has zoned their ticket to the south as well. Nobody's paying attention to PDP. But it's saying that the idea of the opposition party zoning their ticket to the south is a bad idea.
Oh.
So what that is telling you is that if it's feeling that they have cornered him.
Oh, wow. Let's see how it goes. Me, I've already collected my PVC, so I'll be coming back to Nigeria in December to come and vote. So
let me guess, you are voting for P2B, Abi?
Even in my graveyard, I will not vote for him. Why should I vote for Peter Obi?
It's the only hope for Nigeria now. It's the only hope for Nigeria now.
You know, it's the only hope for the Igbo people now.
The man of integrity and capacity.
Mama, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything about this guy from Oshodi Solo. That Igbo guy. I think he came on TVC.
The one that gave all of the thing to
So yes. In fact,
why
like I said it earlier. I think last 2 days that he came out, last 3 days, that there's problem in Lagos State politics now. Before that,
you see,
election.
Sorry, Agbado. You see that Oshodi Solo guy is a good example of what an Obi presidency would look like.
Yeah. Even they accused him that all his aid in Abuja were his people. And the guy was saying that does not, he was so arrogant. He was saying that does not really matter. He was talking about competent and in somebody else's land.
So Yoruba people are not competent anymore. We are illiterate, uneducated
really
people
right now.
Why did they let that happen? Why did they let it happen?
One man. Anyway. Yeah, there's problem in Lagos State election politics in 2002, 2003. Even Isule was so shaky in 2023 now. Even this really that is PDP, APC is strong. It was shaky because there's problem in all aspects. There's the union guys, the Agbero guys, all these people. There's problem among them. So everybody didn't even follow the situation very well. So I think they have taken possession of everything right now. So I don't think anything like 2023 will happen in Lagos State. In this Lagos State, I don't think anything like that will happen again. We might see low vote turnout from the people of the southeast because people.
I was going to do a session on that. Is it a council or a rep member? It's a rep member, isn't it?
No, it's rep. It's
yeah, I was yes, I was going
to do one man. And I should have made a clip. I was in that area last 3 days in the night. One man, if you see their road, this guy didn't do anything. If I don't have a WhatsApp number, I can go there because of you and make some clip and say this guy didn't do anything.
Do that. I will send you my number now. We always need people to do that so that we're able to show on the ground.
There was a place they call mass burial. I don't know, maybe you are familiar with that. During the time of that explosion in Keja, where people died, where a lot of people. I had all those there. That was his constituency, right? All those places, the roads are so bad. Like you will feel like they don't even have any form of government here. Very bad road. Like you can't. Like this road is not even up to 1 kilometer. I was spending like 40, 50 minutes for me to come out from that street, for you to know how bad that road was. And it was like that for like 10 streets. It was like that. The guy didn't do anything for them. So I believe we are solid now. We are solid. Negotiation, we are solid now. We are waiting for them. So that's what I know that will happen in Lagos State in next year election. So
don't worry. One man, let me come in.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
Peter Obi's, what is it called? Is it not NDC or something like that? It's getting momentum, and Tinubu have to be worried because now we have a solid opposition, and they are organizing themselves. The only thing I don't understand is that Nigerians indeed they are tired of Agbado. I have to be honest with you. Now we also have another man that forbid beer, and we have another man that doesn't give change. So the whole situation is complex. So, however, the party is getting momentum, a lot of noise on internet, even in the street. Even on the street, so we have to wait, my brother. So the only thing I know, the Nigerian politics is not like nobody knows where to go. In my summary, I have to be honest with you. While you are tired on one hand, the other candidate, if you look at them very well, you get confused more. Because Kwankwaso, to be honest, that guy is a complete Islamic fundamentalist. I don't see anything in that man that would make someone like him to govern Nigeria, I have to be honest with you. But if you look at Obi, to be honest, Obi is desperate just to have power. That is why he went to that ADC. Because if you look at the cannibal people that form ADC, like, and he jumped in, it's questionable about his own, that integrity they try to sell about it. I just have to be honest. So when I look at the whole thing, I'm really confused about my country. Because Obi and Kwankwaso is like water and oil. Their ideology can never match. But however, one may stand to gain. Kwankwaso may gain more popularity in the South. I have to be honest with you. It depends how they play their game. I don't know who is going to win. But if they are going to win Tinubu, Emilokon, Agbado, they need to go and tighten their bet. I have to be honest with you. Not this one that they are doing. But we wait as they are gathering the momentum. So that is it. But however, we have opposition. So that is what I want to say. My submission may not go left, it may not go right. Who understand it may take it. Thank you very much. Let another person speak.
All right, excellent. That's the brilliant Midwest. So thank you, Midwest. We've got Prestige who has rejoined. We've got Jim who's with us as well. Prestige, is your system okay to speak now? Otherwise, we go to Jim. Prestige. All right. Jim, are you with us? We were talking about the marriage of convenience between Kwankwaso and Peter Obi. Is it going to blossom is what we're asking, or is it going to end up in a damp squib? Jim Hunter. Jim.
Hello, can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you here. Is this your first time? I remember your name.
No, it's not my first time. I joined a while back, but I do listen, in the background every day.
All right, let's hear from you.
All right. So, can you please run me through the topics?
No, it's a single topic session, actually. We're reacting to Kwankwaso's outing on Arise TV when he went out to justify his alliance with Peter Obi, telling us that this is the magic formula that will unseat Tinubu. And then we were looking through the history of Kwankwaso's politics, who has always been disparaging towards Peter Obi. And we were asking if this is a marriage of convenience, how it's going to implode, how a Fulani man will subordinate himself to a man from Anambra State, and how the relationship between the Kwankwaso movement and the obedient movement, how that can mesh together into anything meaningful.
All right, thank you. I think the ticket is going to make a little bit of, dent, a little bit, but it won't be to that point that Ashwaju will not win. In the end, Ashwaju will still carry the day. Because if you look at Kano State, I think Kwankwaso panicked after he lost out from the APC shenanigan. He was involved in. He was trying to get more than he can chew. So when the APC poached the governor, so he got panicked. So that was why he ran into ADC, and then also he saw that there was no way, and he would need to put himself out there, so that in 2031 he can still be relevant, and then he can maybe enter the ring and contest, because he would have made himself, endeared himself to the people from the South, so that he can also leverage his popularity in the North, and maybe if he's fortunate, he might be the president of Nigeria in 2031. So, but both of them doing any damage to Ashwaju, I doubt it, because a lot of people are saying, sometimes I listen to people on your platform saying that Ashwaju will fail woefully in the North and all that. So when they are mentioning heavyweights in the North, then they're just mentioning Malami, that is not even a heavyweight. They are mentioning El-Rufai, that is a paperweight. But I just laugh.
You know, Jim, I was saying earlier that the only real voice in the North is actually Kwankwaso.
No, it's not. Because when you go to each there are a lot of gladiators in the north. When you go to Sokoto State, there's somebody called Wamako, Ali Wamako. Is very, very, very strong in there. When you go to Katsina State, you have the former Katsina State governor, which was Aminu Bello Masari. You have his brother Ibrahim Masari, which was the stand-in for Tinubu when he got the nomination in 2023. So there are a lot of heavyweights. When you go to Zamfara, you have Yari there. When you go to Borno, so all these people, they have everything at stake, because if Ashwaju loses, they will also be affected. So I'm not saying that Ashwaju will win the North outrightly, but it will still get a considerable vote. Where I'm a little bit skeptical is in the Southwest, because of our liberalism. So that's where I'm actually scared of. I mean, I'm not saying Ashwaju will not win. Ashwaju will win, but to that level of 80-90%, I don't see it happening. So that is where they should focus more on. I don't really see Kwankwaso and Obi. I think they will. Of course, it's good that we should have some viable opposition, but it shouldn't be to that level.
Sorry, one man. Sorry, can I come in 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
So you know why you don't have confidence in the Southwest? Can I tell you?
Yes, right.
Yeah, because there is so many bastards in the Southwest. Go ahead, thank you. We have so many bastards.
No, I know.
Sorry, Jim. They actually have a phrase that they use for those people. They call them Yoruba bots. Yoruba bot, B-U-T. They call them Yoruba bots. Yeah.
I think also that religion before now, Southwest, we don't really care about religion, but I think things are fast changing. It's rapidly changing. So people now really care about religion. So sometimes I just believe that people say, oh, we don't do like that. In 2023 played a big role.
Sorry, one man. Sorry, one man. Do you see a clip of one Southeastern guy? He's a pastor or something that said anybody that votes for Tinubu in 2027 will die. Do you see that clip?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter now. We will see a lot of those sort of. Do you remember the guy that told us that Hillary Clinton will win the election, and then when Trump won, he said, we will see a lot of that.
What's going on with your platforms? A lot of issue when I come here.
Well, everybody else is speaking okay
now. It's not one man's platform. I think it's your platform. You know what you do? You go out, you off your telephone, then you come in again. It will work well.
I think it's all right now. Come in after Jim. Let Jim land.
Okay, let me just round up, and then you can come in. So, in a nutshell, so what I would say is that a lot of people who are politically naive, so they still think that 2027 is going to be like 2023, forgetting the fact that the odds were stacked against Ashwaju in 2023. So it was a miracle that he won that election. So I'm thinking that 2027 is going to be like 2023. I just look at them and I laugh. And the man, if you saw that video where the man was saying that 2022, before the primaries, it was tough. And now that he has everything, then he just said people should just forget about it, because that's how I will end it. 2031, anyone can come, and don't be surprised. The Southeasterners and the Northerners, they've always formed alliance, and the Southwest has always played opposition. So we only got into into real power in 2015 till now. So if it flips, I think the Southwest can cope very well. So I don't really have any doubt about the Southwest coping after Tinubu left power. Thank you.
Tinubu actually owes Peter Obi a big thank you after the 2027 election, Peter Obi, Tinubu should make a special effort to meet with Peter Obi and thank him, because Peter Obi would have given him 2 presidencies by 2027. But Prestige, let's test your mic again, see if you're okay now. Prestige.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. One man.
Yeah.
It's only your platform that I have problem. I think you are doing something. I don't know what it is.
No.
You've
had problems long before I met you, man.
No. You put some ojoro on me whenever I come on your platform. I never had any. I go to different platform, like you came the other day and start bashing me that I have no shame. But that's a different story. So I'm not even gonna go there. I think you are jealous because you're not allowed to come into any other platform.
No, I can go anywhere I want now.
Yeah. Because I'm any platform and I'm accepted. But that's inconsequential to the present topic. It is what it is. Okay. I've been listening a little bit, in and out because I'm not home. So that's probably why. I don't know what's going on with my system, but I figure it out. So having said that, I had a lot of people talking about Kwankwaso has no political capital because he has aligned himself. He didn't align himself with APC. So now Kwankwaso become an irrelevant. It is already, but everybody speak on the opinion. Kwankwaso still control the Kwankwaso movement. Forget about all those disinfection, the governance and other kind of. None of them can garner 1% of 1% of any vote in the north when it comes to Kwankwaso. So his alliance with Obi, it may be like a love-hate relationship. We know what transpired, but in politics, that's how it is. Even in America, look at the vice president to Trump right now. Go and listen to what he said. Even the people that with Tinubu, right now, Ronald Mokori and the the airline chief, everybody. That's the way politics work. Forget about what he said before. He probably has come to realize that if I want to have any kind of political relevance in the future, I need to, I need to align myself with Tinubu. I don't know what happened between, why he didn't join APC. So maybe he didn't have any political future from there in 2031. Maybe that's why, he aligned with Obi. So having said that, I think that's a good move. Obi has pretty much asthmated Atiku because everybody here is saying, well, Obi keep on moving. Is that not the doctrine of Nigerian politics? Do they have any, ideology? People move from one party based on strategy and what may positioning themselves, what may be relevant. So I don't have any issue about Obi moving. It can even move to 10 or 20 party. It don't make anything. That does not make him a political prostitute. So like some of you have said, that's what it is. But he's positioning himself, and the the NDC is a very relevant party right now. They have already zoned their presidential candidate to the south, and Kwankwaso knowing that in 4 years he may, it's going to benefit him. So that's the way I see it. I don't really see anything wrong about what Obi is doing, and Obi stand a very good chance. If election, let's be very clear. This is my own strictly opinion. I hope I'm wrong. I think Tinubu is going to win it because election is not free and fair in election. Tinubu has the judiciary, has INEC and everything. But if election is free and fair, I can bet my money that any strong opposition party like will be right now, they're gonna win because people are not happy with Tinubu. Let's call it what it is. People are not happy. You can come here and project about net fund or his policy. Yeah, the policy is good, but it has not transformed Nigeria. I can pull out the data to show you that Nigeria is worst off, that they are right now compared to 2023. Buhari wasn't the best, but the little positive we have from Buhari during that time is way better than Nigeria. In all indices, Nigeria is worst off. And how do you re-elect somebody? The first 4 years, you have to show your report card. Say this is what I have to offer. But that's not what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu is after the next. He doesn't even. He's not even having any kind of record that he can contest. Can anybody tell me here what Tinubu has achieved? I want an answer. Forget about all this policy. I don't want to hear about policy.
No, we've told you countless
how does that affect Nigerian people's life? I don't want any microeconomics here. I want real micro feeling of the people life. Can anybody answer that before I proceed? Tell me what one man. Tell me, you know, what Tinubu has achieved. That has, you know, that affect people's life. Don't give me the policy.
No. Can you hear me?
Not only one.
Hold on.
Tell you one, number one, no striking anymore.
We can't hear you, my guy.
You say no striking anymore for the school?
No, we can't. Yeah. But I don't think Prestige can hear me. But your own connection is wavy. Look, Prestige. We tell you every single time you come here what Tinubu has achieved, and not only do we tell you, you also know what he has achieved. You know, so we don't really. But when it comes to the election, I think that's going to come into play. But there's one thing you said under a free and fair election, Tinubu stands no chance that Peter Obi will win. So I want to ask you some questions. Under a free and fair election, how will Peter Obi do in Sokoto and Kebbi State? Can you hear me? You can't hear me. So, you know, they say these things a lot, but when we go to the reality of it, it doesn't add up. I think it's muted. So let me just make the point. So there's absolutely no chance of Peter Obi winning any elections. If this is the Nigerian map right there, so let's take it from the top and go to the bottom. In Sokoto and Kebbi State, nobody knows that Peter Obi even exists as a human being. We know that from the last cycle of elections. In Zamfara State, nobody knows about Peter Obi. In Katsina, Sokoto, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, nobody cares about Peter Obi. In Gombe, Bauchi, Kaduna, Niger, Adamawa, nobody cares about Peter Obi. In Taraba State, nobody cares about Peter Obi. In Benue, nobody cares about Peter Obi. Kogi, Ekiti, Kwara, Oyo, Ogun. So who exactly, under a free and fair election, what would lead somebody from Sokoto to vote for Peter Obi? Somebody from Yobe, Kano, Bauchi, Gombe. This is where the population is now. So what level of nonsense is under any sort of election, free and fair, or the sort of cheating that we saw by the obedience in 2023, especially in the Southeast? Under any circumstances, Peter Obi doesn't get anything from the politics. That's what the data tells us.
Mama.
I talk lie. Yeah, but under free and fair. Which free and fair elector go make man from Sokoto vote for Peter Obi?
I think if man of Prestige is here, I want to ask him. Okay, Peter Obi is running beer company, and the deputy said we forbid beer. How are they going to manage that space to start from there? I don't know why it's not here.
Midwest, Peter Obi said, Christians, church, take your country back. Do you think they've forgotten? Do you think they will not play that during the elections? What?
Well, man, and it's also said it's a religious war.
My brother, we have to be honest. Even if they said Nigerians are tired of Tinubu, Peter Obi doesn't stand a chance. He's not by noise. We have to be honest. But they don't want to hear. Let them go there, go and do the election. How will they win?
You know what these people do is they restrict the elections to Anambra, Imo, and that's not the election now. The election is Anambra, Sokoto, Imo, Gombe, you know, Enugu, Adamawa. You know, it's the whole of the country, not the sentimentality of one region. Who is going to vote for Peter Obi in the north? Who? One single person. Kwankwaso'S is there. Kwakwa what? Are you joking?
One man, bro. One man.
We can hear you now. You're the one.
Yeah, I think I'm okay right now. I'm on a different area. Sorry for that. Okay, I hate to be messing up your platform. Coming in and out. Just because of where I am, I don't know what my internet.
Yes, my question to you was, who is going to vote for Peter Obi in Kebbi State, Sokoto, Zamfara, or Katsina?
Obi has penetrated. Forget about his initial appearance. When he run long time. Now the people in the north know him very well.
No, I'm asking you now. So the people of Sokoto will vote for Peter Obi. Sokoto, Kebbi, Gombe, Bauchi, Yobe.
Because of the alliance with Kwankwaso. Okay.
Yeah, because of the
yes.
Man of prestige.
Movement in the
Man of prestige.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Man of prestige, may I ask you? Kwankwaso said, he said they should not sell, people should not allow beer to do any business with beer. You understand me? And Peter Obi now, they produce beer. How will they manage that? Let us talk about the ideology now.
Midwest, that's a mundane narrative you are coming out with, okay? Forget about that, okay? It's just politics, okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's wait.
Politics. Selling beer in the north or whatever. It's not gonna make people
No, it's not politics. So they were trying to enforce it with Sharia law. They were serious about it. So we have to be honest.
Some of them are political job at making that narrative. Okay, it's not gonna play.
They don't have the Hishba. They don't have the Hishba in Kano. The Hishba, the Islamic police force. They don't have it in Kano.
So does it mean they're not gonna vote for B because
no, that's
Islamic thing is more prominent?
That's the question that Midwest is asking you now. Peter Obi is a beer dealer, and the Kano people are against beer.
Say that again. Peter Obi is a beer dealer.
Yes, is that not what he will? Kwankwaso tell them to start drinking. Kwankwaso will tell them to start drinking beer in Kano now because it's
You know what? You know what's surprising? What you don't understand, the Northerners drink more beer than the South. The Northerners prostitute more than the South. Generally, everybody, LGBT, the Northerners are worse. Forget about all those camouflage they come here to tell you.
God, is that what you're going to tell them? Wait. This simple question. So that is how you're going to reply them. That now they do have secrets. So what is the need of talking about? We're dealing with a man that was really serious about enforcing such thing in his land. You understand me? So at the end now, you have another man who is a dealer who has condemned it openly. My man, and most of his followers have condemned that act. Now today they are not. You can see the desperation.
So because of that one point, that's gonna make them not to vote for B. Come on now, be wise, Midwest.
No, we're talking about a mindset, not a point. The North is a conservative ethno-religious space. Peter Obi is a libertarian southern president, and Peter Obi has already declared a religious war on them.
What religious war he declared on them?
When did he? Are you new into politics? Did you not say?
It's your narrative on this.
Should I? Don't be silly. Can you not please do that? We're talking about things he has said publicly.
What did he say publicly?
In his Yes Daddy tape, it declared a religious war.
I know that's why you're gonna go. What?
Did he not declare a religious war in his Yes?
That's not even
relevant. No. But did he not declare a religious war in his Yes Daddy tape?
No, he didn't. My understanding about the tape. There's nothing like religious war.
It said it quite clearly. Don't forget. Look, you have to drop this agbado something or the other.
What do you mean? You call obedience.
Just settle down. But let's not go counter fact now. How many times have you listened to that tape? Hold on. Forget that. I don't care about that. But let's not go against facts. We have played that. I'll go and bring it again. I've deleted it. I can bring it again. We have listened to that Yes Daddy tapes countless times. It says Daddy is a religious war. Those are his exact words now. So, I mean, what are you doing now? Everybody knows the content of that tape. We all heard it. So why are you not saying he declared a religious war on Islam?
He said it or not.
He did say it. He said it. Well, everybody heard it. He declared a religious war on Islam.
It's not worse than Muslim ticket or whatever Tinubu did before he won. So it's not even worse than that. So I don't believe that. That's my own opinion. Okay.
Maybe the people of Kano will join him in that religious war against Islam. Maybe that's what they will do.
I don't know what they will do, but I think Obi just made a very, a very smart movement, moving to NDC. You know, it's a very political wise. That's my own opinion. Is he going to win? I don't know, but he'll be a
okay. Man of President.
Hello.
Man of President. What about the legal challenges that is also confronting that party?
Did you call me?
You know what?
I heard that.
Why all of you here clamoring for one party system? Whatever the APC doing or the other party is doing, all of you here just clamoring. You don't want to
I'm not clamoring. I just so what you want me to do is just to clap for Peter Obi or clap for Tinubu. I'm not Tinubu's man.
Let's have an opposition.
But the thing is this:
what are they going to do?
if, for example, we really, if for example, the Labour
Party right now, like they always
wait
do.
now, like I tell you, you see, the problem we have is that sometimes we believe that Nigerians did not vote, they ran the election. If you look at the structure, otherwise, you understand that these guys they have a long way to go. Most of the
3:15.
Man, we are hearing you. Please move. Is somebody there? Hello.
We can hear you.
What's going on? Okay. Who is talking right now? So can I go on?
Hello.
Hello, is anybody there? Let talk now. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let talk now take the floor. After talk now.
Hello.
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? You should be able to hear me. Let talk.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Just can you just hold on, please? Let talk now take the floor. After talk now, AY. So carry the conversation on amongst yourself. I'll be away for about Choma, can you come up? If you can come up and keep this voice in order. So talk now, then AY. Carry on. I'll be away for about 20 minutes.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you come up?
Good day, everyone. Yeah, good day, everyone. It's an interesting topic that we're discussing today. I just want to say that it is easy to say that because there is a movement and people are unhappy, that will now decide how people will vote. Look, election sometimes comes with emotion, sometimes comes with some level of financial reward. And that's how it is across the world. Free and fair election, 100% just exists only in the moon. Even in the Western countries, there's nothing 100% about it. Otherwise, you won't have cases even in courts, even in the United States, the best of democracy across the world. So the way it is right now.
No, what did you say? You say America has the best democracy across the world?
No, they say so. They say
no. They are not even a democratic country, so let's go.
So, but what I would say is that I think right now, from what I see, APC is not bringing out their cards yet. I think they have some internal issue that they are dealing with. They have issues across the board. There are consensus that are not working, that they have to go through primaries. You will notice that they are pushing for direct primaries because some consensus are not working. There's a little bit of turbulence, but they are managing it. So strategically, they are taking care of themselves internally. They are not yet bringing out their cards. Here is a lot of things will still happen towards this 2027. For NDC, a lot of drama will still happen in there. All these noise as if the place is the perfect place. They just forget about that. What is going on right now is ADC versus NDC. So I don't think APC is even getting involved. They are hitting themselves now. And which is unfortunate. You would think that the opposition should come together and align to a single purpose. But right now, you will see that they are being disseminated, fighting themselves. And this is, the current government would be happy about it. Because, I mean, it's the same thing that would come out, the same play that happened in 2023 is kind of happening now. It's just having a different political party. So what is happening now, it won't be exactly different from 2023, but I foresee APC might have more numbers than the 8 million. Here is my facts. Number one, religion will play a major role. You can say all you want. Atiku will come out and the Fulanis and the Hausas, a lot of them will rally behind him. Look, the way politics is played, all this Kwankwaso has come there, so therefore everything, all these northern states will align. Forget about all that. Two things will happen to Kwankwaso. Either he's going down or he's having an advantage. He will go down because, not because of him, because of the person he's deputizing. Look, Obi has said so many things in the past that could work against him, even as a governor. If you remember, there was a time in Anambra State as a governor where he exited some people that are not members of Anambra State. That's in the news. That's a fact. Some Fulanis got angry as at that time. This is history. So there are a lot of things that will work against him. A lot of things that will work against him. Somebody talked about whether he has an alcoholic company or whatever. It may not be a major thing, but guess what? With the clerics in the north, it's a major thing. So the north is very politically sophisticated. It's not all this your talk of Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso himself is being careful. Watch his interview. He's being very strategic and careful. And sometimes Kwankwaso himself is an up and down politician. Today, he can decide to exit. Strategically, he can exit if things does not favor him. And look, what will happen the next few months, you will see some rhetoric coming out from the past, things that people have done. All those Biafra noise, they will ask him questions, he will say it is not. Those things will play out. It's going to be messy. And Kwankwaso will not want to align. Once he sees that the paradigm is shifting, he will run. He will decide not to either run at all to favor himself for 2027. But if he sees that he can strategically get something from the Southeast for 2031, he will do that. That will favor him. So ultimately, the way everything is structured now towards 2031, Kwankwaso may either step up in 2031, having an advantage in addition to what he has in some parts of the north and adding Southeast to what he has based on his strategy now, or he will go down finally. That's what will happen. The idea that he has the entire north, Kano, that's just story. Things change in politics. Dynamics change. I can tell you, the north has some major blocks. There's a guy called Kawu. He's a senator or something like that. I think Kawu or something like that. If Baba is here, you will know that guy. Very popular, very influential. He's one of the key Kwankwasia key people, key drivers within the North Central or something like that. I think he was given automatic tickets. He's in APC. There are a lot of things that would happen in the North. All this noise on social media, it doesn't work like that. People are hungry, doesn't work. People have been hungry since 1979. They've been singing the Lule Kosowolo Day way back. That doesn't work. So I'm just saying it for people to understand that a lot of things will work out. Religion, tribe, money, strategic alignment. Things will change. The fact that APC is not saying anything, they are not yet strategizing. They are not saying anything now. They are just allowing ADC and NDC to hit themselves. And I don't know why they are hitting themselves this hard. And it's going to get tougher unless they decide to align together. If they don't align together, they will abuse themselves, expose themselves. There will be a lot of exposition that would come out. All this your talk of Obi brought WAEC from whatever position to number one position. Of course, after they found out about some criminal centers that was closed out, about 400 and something. So all those talk will come out. All those expositions will come out. The truth is, you have abused the current government. You can't abuse him more than what he already has. There's nothing new. Is he Muslim? That will not exactly sell. I can tell you that for a fact. Of course, he has his own fault. Economically, that will be a downside. But the truth is, politics change as things move. In the next few months, it's going to be an interesting time. Let me yield the floor.
You, my brother, make I had my voice, John, that something. You know, my worries is this. Is the strategy of the North that I'm concerned about. Obi, Tinubu, definitely they're going to divide the Southern vote. You understand me? So, and when I look at the Northerners, the kind of disgruntled they have towards Tinubu, I don't know how they're going to strategize themselves. So I'm only worried about that. Not Peter will be directly winning Tinubu. But I understand that Tinubu at the same time, in fact, ADC, the challenges that they have in the North is that ADC politically with the court case and everything, I think that one is done. The NDC with Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, there is no way they're going to win Tinubu. Whether they call it free and fair, whatever way they're going to call it, I don't see any chances for them. Near Tinubu. I just have to, for me, personally, I'm speaking for myself. I don't know that people's opinion because I don't know where are they standing. They don't have structure. The whole governors are behind Tinubu. Most of the voices that once said Peter Obi, they are in ADC. They are not happy with him. They know his secret, and which they are going to release in the nearest future. So, if I look at them, I don't even understand. And if you look at the both of them, the Kwankwaso and all of them, the ideology, my brother, there's nothing for them to sell. So if you say Tinubu is bad, yes. Okay, this guy that you said that they are good, what are you going to talk about them that is really good? Here come two people that their ideology cannot work together in any way. You just want to, you are desperate for power. That's why you align with him. So I wait for what to see what Northerners will do, but at the same time, I don't know what they're going to do because ADC is gone, PDP is gone. So what are they going to do?
So in the North, it's going to be very interesting. So if we divide it, whether we like it or not, there's ADC will still stand. That I can tell you. I know that court case, you know, at some point is already whittling down. You know why? Abejide is the only rep in ADC that was holding ADC before. He's the guy that actually took them to court. You know, he was the one funding those cases. The guy has left. He's now in APC. They are giving him the ticket in APC. Okay. So you will notice that the noise for Balagombe has reduced. They will align with him. They will settle him. The last court case, they just...
And why the case will still remain, Abi?
ADC would remain. ADC would remain. That's what
the case will still remain in court. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, the case in court, it's already winding down. So in the last hearing, you know, they just the key people did not appear in court.
But I think in the last hearing, what I heard is that the case has been postponed to indefinitely.
Indefinitely, yeah, that's the idea.
Okay. So and before nomination and everything primary, the case will still be there and everything will die off.
They will push it to the end. It will just drag and these guys will remain. That's how it will be. Just watch. You know why? the funding for that case is not in existence anymore. That guy is not going to push it. Abejide is not going to push again. They are not going to do that again. And you think Bala Gombe has the funding to fund that kind of a case? No, he doesn't. He himself is being quiet, you will notice. So they will align with him, they would agree, they will settle him, they will move on. Because Abejide is not there anymore. It's not Gombe that is the problem, it's Abejide and he has left. So I foresee ADC will stand. ADC will bring out some northern tribe and religious, card. They will do that. And I think ADC that is celebrating, and they should be ready for that. They will face themselves squarely. Atiku does not play fair. He doesn't. He is not that kind of a politician. He would stick to his northern vote. He has some voting blocks in the north. Take it or leave it.
I agree with you. That is why I was a little bit worried. Because, because if Atiku, for example, there's no crisis in ADC, and Atiku decided to contest, then that would become an issue for Tinubu. Not Peter Obi.
No, it won't be an issue. It will be the same as 2023. It will be the same. I'm telling you. It will be the same. So he would have those votes, he will have those push. Tinubu will have his votes. But I feel Tinubu will have more than 8 million. So what will finish it is around same. Maybe 10 million to 6 million to 5 million somewhere. Just mark my words. That's what it's going to be. It's going to get messy. Yeah, because in the north, you see, whether you like it in the north understand history. They don't forget. In politics, they don't forget. Even when they forgive, they still remember. They will remind you. So that's how it is. When a politician talks too much, that's the problem Obi has. He has said so many things. He has said, and that bucket is full. So it will take a while. Kwankwaso has to do a lot. And unfortunately, people feel that Kwankwaso has a spread. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have that spread. Kick him out of Kano, he will struggle out of Kano. So he doesn't have that spread. So, and he's beatable in Kano. That I can tell you. History has shown that. And then that movement itself, the governor has broken it into pieces. It's a painful one. Kwankwaso is also aware of it. That's why he has to align to just keep things moving. The governor has broken them. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. Adamawa is another interesting one because...
And even as we are saying Kwankwaso has never agreed to be a deputy to anybody. They just agree on one term.
He is going to sabotage. He might be silent.
Okay.
I can tell you, look, he will just be silent.
Maybe at the die point, he may even tell that he's not interested to be a deputy to be.
So if he becomes messy, he will just shank out. He will just be silent. They've chosen him, him. They're not going to do anything about it, right? But, it's just like how Buhari acted against Tinubu. He was just silent.
Yeah.
Yes. So the North knows, they understand politics.
Even the guy may even decide to work for Tinubu. I'm telling you. If there is an arrangement
behind closed,
if there's any arrangement that 2033 Tinubu will tell you, look, boy, I will support you. The problem is that politicians have confidence on Tinubu more than any other person in that country because he's a man that once he agree on something, there is a way he keeps those things.
They trust him more than, in fact, Kwankwaso
more than any other person.
Yeah, he will trust Tinubu more than the Obi that is there.
Yeah, politicians that are around Tinubu trusted that man more than any other person. What he doesn't want, he will tell you, no, it can't work this way. And whatever he agrees upon, those people believe they have an agreement with somebody that can keep it. If it is not Tinubu, you see this wicked, careless politician will throw him off balance for a very long time.
Yeah.
But look at the way he's playing around. You see the way he's very, very careful, the way he play around when it comes to river politics. Okay, he called this guy, this Fubara. They all sat down. They agreed on something. Because of social media, the guy was so stupid to start challenging the agreement. Tinubu don't forgive those kind of things. Even this man, this Mifiele, they all met with Tinubu at a point. They agree. Suddenly the man changed. He almost cut off the neck. When he said no capital, what is it called? Cashless society, all those kind of things. He wanted to cripple Tinubu campaign. And it was very bad. That's why it's difficult for him to forgive that kind of person. You are not a good person. You almost lose the country dry. And at the same time, you want to tell yourself as an angel. Such people should not be forgiven. I'm telling you the truth. If you cut them.
Well, for me, Obi has a lot of work to do. He has a lot of work to do. He needs to correct a bunch of things. I don't know how you do it. I'm sure he has strategies there, but if they are smart, they know that they need a lot of correction to do. For him to have a headway in the north, forget about any Kwankwaso. If he's smart, he will know that Kwankwaso is working for himself. So he needs a lot of alignments, correction. There's a lot of work for him to do. And if he does that, he might have a good showing, but I don't see him winning for sure.
No, the noise will be there. The momentum and crowd will be there, particularly from Edo. Because on ground, are you going to say Kwankwaso when people in Manda said their people are just washing? They don't understand why he left Labour. That is the first confusion. So, and if you look at these people, Aisha and the rest people, those people realize that the election, they will be nothing politically, and that's why all of them are picking form. They want to contest. They understand that they can use Obi momentum. Maybe some people will skate through, become local government chairman, even go to House of Rep in some places. Like Edo politics is very complex. Those people don't even believe in political parties. So maybe that's just the truth. So they don't believe in any political party, just individual. So in that case, if they feature good individual, they can win some position. But when he also go to presidency, it's a different game entirely. So many people will use him to climb. But for him, we need to know. I don't see anything they have on ground to achieve that. They don't have any. It's just noise at the end of it.
Why is everyone quiet? So I want to speak. Please speak up.
No, we are not quiet.
Continue,
we are
my
not,
brother.
We are not quiet. Una well done.
Yeah. We greet you.
I don't hear una since. I don't calculate how I want to come inside. I don't hear from the left. I don't hear from the right. The left and I be the obedient side. Then the right and I be the bat. Actually, my own take, I don't even know why, Obi decided to take Kwankwaso as his vice. It was, I think, to me, it's a very wrong move.
Can you tell us why it's a very wrong move, if you don't mind?
Because from my own way, the way I am seeing it, I think it's now them Obi and then his followers. Now them they talk say this present government they come they plant people for their party, so they don't know say now one of the people where then they plant for party now him be like a wiki, like all these people, some people where they plant for labor. So they don't know say Kwankwaso now one of those people where Tinubu can handpick and then plant him somewhere. So they needed to be
Can I ask you a question, Emily?
You are very free.
Okay, so let me ask you something. We're all matured, intelligent people. Incident that every other opposition has an issue, has an issue with their party. When everywhere will be good, they always have an issue. Is that coincidence? Even a little baby that was born yesterday know there's something going on outside, that this is APC dealing. I mean, it's a common sense. We all can come here and that APC is not using their power to
I thought you want to ask me a question.
They can be the only party.
No, I thought you were asking me a question.
No. I just wanted you to ask that. Do you think it's not APC trying to sabotage each party?
Okay, let me answer you now. Yeah, so if that question, let it be question. Yes, it's APC, and they are not denying it. Turubu himself said it, that he will send Akpabio to so place, he will send this one to so place, and then that is their strategy. But the thing that is surprising me, that the obedient will still be coming and be having hope, deceiving people that Obi will win, when they know that they don't have that feather, you understand, to fly with somebody like Tinubu. So why are they coming? That's my question. Why are they still making noise? We win this, we win. Is it because wait first now? Is it because they want to be saying this one, so that after they have declared the winner, they cannot have more noise? Because me, I don't want to hear this noise after 2027. No? You know, it's boring. It's tiring. Make them just relax. You know, are they preparing another noise? They like this noise. I don't know why. Why they like they make noise? Thank you. Make you talk to me, my brother.
Yeah, what I'm telling you, it seems like everybody's singing narrative. Like there shouldn't be an opposition, and the opposition shouldn't come and contest for, that Tinubu can just do what he do, which is there's nothing there's nothing master strategy about Tinubu. Okay, the kind of politics that he plays, what I consider to be a mafia politics. That's what's happening, in Nigerian politics. And everybody here, whether Tinubu is going to win, in my own opinion, this is what I think. Because of Tinubu control the whole apparatus, judiciary, the Congress, everybody, INEC, they are subsidiary to Tinubu, they are subsidiary to the executive. So he has all the whole apparatus to win the next election. But the problem is that if election is fair, my own opinion is going to win. The countries are tired of the present government. Where we are now, because things are, hold on. You asked me a question. I'm going there. Things are worse off than it was before 2023 in all indices. You know it. So I don't come here. I don't want to come here to enumerate all the whole indices where the country is worse off, terrible worse off. And Tinubu has not shown anything. His report card for the first year. Another example 5 that he has the leadership.
Comparable fact.
He didn't let me land now.
No, you don't have to land now.
No, wait, brother.
Why are you just repeating yourself?
Brother, sorry. Brother, sorry.
That is worse?
Brother, sorry.
Hold on. I want to ask him a question. What are the things that is worse?
I just came in now.
Let us know. Okay.
Mona, let the guy with the talk to make respond to man of prestige here.
I think I just came in because me I hear all of una they batter each other. Now, you know what? I keep quiet. I want me to still talk. Mona still give 2 of us, me and now. Make it talk.
Go ahead. If you want me to talk, let me know whenever you want me to talk.
Okay. From where you just did talk, Rich, just now, may I pick up from there. You see, whether mafia politics, master, strategic, whatever, we are discussing issues, and the issues we are discussing must be based on facts. There are 2 types of facts: facts that are not good, facts that are good. See, if the election will be free and fair, and Tinubu wins, and we are saying the facts, it will be facts based on very good, on a very good, stage. Then if he's using the mafia style and he wins, then our facts will not be on a very crooked stage. You understand? So, but we have to say the fact. We already know that it's a mafia. My humble question is, why are the obedient not accepting it? We are not talking about how Nigeria is bad, how Nigeria is not bad, because you and I, we can't fix it. So we should just keep quiet. Even me. That's why I don't talk about it. Something I can't fix. Why will I be bothering myself? I can't fix it. You can't fix it. One man cannot fix it. What's his name? The one, this other platform there, Dr. Damages, he cannot face it. Sowore himself cannot face it. Nigeria Watch cannot face it. All of us, no one can face it. But we will just be there making us when we know the truth. We should be saying the truth. By the time when we are saying that truth, it will be fine. From there, we might be getting close to solution, because by the time we are now narrating the truth, people are hearing us, international people are hearing us, not coming to lie when we know that this man is a mafia, is going to win, and we are not saying it. I want us, those of us who are obedient, we don't still get this fact. Maybe they educate others, other obedience. They tell them, say, come, good or bad, there's nothing that will happen in 2027. Then all of us go gather, we go they talk. Then if we want to gather one big force to say, okay, oh, we already know that this man is a mafia, we must remove it. We will they talk the truth, we will they plan strategy on how to remove it. Not when we have no strategy to remove it, our power never even reach to remove it. We they boast say now we get 2027 because Obi is our own. So now we get that. Which we don't already know, say we don't fail. Obi now our own. Let's don't be saying that we have failed. That's my point. We have failed. There is nothing, no plan for ground to remove this man, because he don't hold all the key. He don't hold all the key. So, Mr. Sorry, I'm going to call you Prestigio, because the new name now, I don't know. You know, we are old friends.
I have Prestige. I think I changed it to Prestige now. That's what
okay.
Go ahead.
So you get my point.
Right.
You get my point. Me, I dey look inside my inner mind before I dey talk. I know they pretend. So whether I be for Tinubu, I be for Obi, I be for Kwankwaso, I be for Atiku, but if I want to talk, I go make sure say I talk the truth. For example, now, who I prefer make it be president of Nigeria, I dey always talk. I dey always say Sowore, but now I don't change my mind again. He don't be Sowore, because I don't call like him again. When I change my mind, I'll let people know. But the man where I be the look now, I be that whether SDP man, now Yoruba man to Ade, can somebody remind me his name? Adebale or something like that. Very calm man. They wear cap, you know. Sometimes they come channel, they come they interview. Very quiet man. Go they talk, they get Yoruba voice. You know, and you're always presidential candidate of SDP, Abi. I think Adewale something.
Prince Adewale.
Yes, Prince Adewale is that one now. And they look at somebody where he head still calm, where he can carry Nigeria. I feel make that one my man now. But I don't know if he will contest, but making him my man, that I like him to handle Nigeria. But I'll see they talk the truth when it comes to analyzing politics. I'll see they talk. The Tinubu go win now. He go win Adewale, even though I'm a man now. You understand me now? So when we get all these men for our hand, we get Atiku for hand. Those Atiku people, they need to talk to our ear and say Atiku cannot really defeat that man now. They talk him. But if they work, I go still see if they do the work for inside Nigeria, they say, they don't gather that momentum enough to remove this man. I go still know now. All of us we they see now. Who they see. So people go they talk as if me, I don't know what they see, shall I don't know what then they really see. Where others not they see. But they go they talk this thing. I go able to see the way the people go they touch their muzzle, they talk down, like you know. So that's my point, you know. So we should just come clearly, say the truth, say how everything be. Then if he wants to talk of how to face insecurity, yes, the government is not trying, because we don't even know why they are not really going for these people. You understand? Some people say they will even call from their bushes with their phone. They can track other people with they can track other people. For example, you have politician now, wherever you hide, they go track your phone. DSS go pick you from there. But these bandits, they go use their own phone, still call for ransom, but don't fit track them. So what did they happen then? How do we they talk? But for the politics ground, nobody now feel remove Tinubu. Thank you, my brothers.
Okay, so let me come in. I mean, we have to be very realistic and be very authentic and honest to ourselves. Every human being, like we are right now, you know, particularly in Nigeria, you know, in Nigerian politics, everybody has their own sentiment. You know, everybody aligned themselves with different politics. It might be trouble, it might not be trouble. So I don't really put everything about trouble. If you look at, you know, other platforms that are going everything, you know, there's a lot of Southwesterners that support Obi, and just it may not be as big as people from the Southeast that support Tinubu. So everybody has their own political sentiment. Some people say they are independents. I don't really believe that. Even in American politics, you have what they call lean Democrat, lean Republican, but they consider themselves the register as independent. But when it comes to voting, they tend to lean to one party. So it's just how it is. It's a human nature that you have political sentiment, and that's why. But when we come, regardless of our political sentiment, we have to speak with facts. So the question we're asking right now, like I stated earlier, are we better off? Why I said that Tinubu should not be re-elected? That's my main position. It's not because Tinubu, I don't like him or whatever. I don't know Tinubu, but I know his antecedent, whether he built Lagos or he built Lagos or he didn't build Lagos. But all I know, my own opinion is it's an illusion to me that he built Lagos. So, but that's a story for another day. So the biggest issue, politically, many Nigerians will judge this government, not by the microeconomics reform that he has right now, because that's what we have right now. But they have to judge him by daily survival. Can I afford food? Can I afford transportation? Can I afford electricity? Do we have safety? This is what's supposed to shape the political mindset of Nigeria come 2027. And that's the way it is. And if I can give you some breakdown, just, about how things has changed compared to 2023. I mean, you can talk about food inflation, fuel cost, transportation, weakened naira, everything, rising rate, taxation and everything. Things has worsened. It has gotten like about 3 to 4 times, worse than it is. Before Tinubu came in, what was the naira? About 400. Now it's fluttering between 1,300 to 1,400. So, I mean, I'm talking about like almost about 3 to 4 times more than. I mean, kidnapping has gotten worse. Cost of living, unemployment has quadrupled. I mean, you can say inflation has plateaued to about, I don't know what inflation is right now, maybe about 20%. But there was a time initially, it was about 40%. So you can say inflation is better right now. I think at the end of Buhari regime, no, at the end of Buhari regime, it's still better. I think it was 20%. Current Nigeria inflation rate right now is about 30%. But that's just on a micro level. If you go to the real market and ask people, the food price is about 40%. So let's be realistic on that. Petroleum, petroleum has gotten worse. The cost of living is more difficult right now than it was under Buhari. Of course, Buhari didn't do well. The poverty level has worsened. Nigeria right now is one of the poverty capital of the world. That's a fact. We cannot come here try to
man of prestige. Hold on now, man of prestige. Hold on, man of prestige.
Yes,
can you hear me, man of prestige? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How much is per gallon of gas in the United States right now? How much is it? How much do you pay for gas?
Are you asking me where I live? I live in California.
No. I don't give a fuck about where you live. I said, what's the price of gas?
Wow.
Gallon of gas.
You don't have to use that language. You asked me about
I don't give a fuck about where you live.
So I'm trying to give you whether you want me to give you where I live or give you an average of US.
Hold on now. Hold on. Yeah, you've been saying this like 2, 4, 5, 6 times that that the price of this thing is going up, is coming down in Nigeria or wherever. But me, I'm asking you, as of today, how much do you buy gas in the United States of America? How much do you?
The average gas price as of today, you and I talking right now, is about $4.60, $4.50 something. But some areas it's almost about $6.
Okay, thank you.
Just regular now.
I got you, Prestige. So how much is it before?
How much was it before? It was about $2 something average before this war came in.
Okay, is that Tinubu fault too? Right? Tinubu made the gas price go up in the United States.
No,
too,
that's
right?
a global effect because of the war going on in Iraq.
So what are you talking about? What you just said? Okay, go ahead. I think.
No. Let's come to that. Let's come to that particular topic about gas price. Okay, how much was the gas price?
Hold on, don't go there. Okay, hold on. How much do you pay for a bag of rice right now? How much is a bag of rice in the United States right now?
I don't go to shop. My family does that. I don't go to grocery. I don't know. I'm not going to come here and tell you what I don't know.
Okay. Okay. So like
it's supposed to be my turn, no.
Make we finish now, then you come in slowly. Okay, please give us time. That guy they asked me a question.
No, AY, go ahead. AY, don't worry. Go ahead, AY. Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
AY. Oh, AY. Okay, AY,
sorry,
AY,
sorry, before AY go ahead, sorry. Man of Prestige, maybe I still answer you just in a minute, please. You see, it is very easy to say that fuel was 400 or whatever, and then later it now went to 1,100, later dropped to 800, and it's now dragging with 800, 900, 1,000, 950, 800, 1,001, 1,000. There was a time when I was in Nigeria, we bought it 1,350. So now, there are some of us who also know why some people are saying that. Some of us also know that before fuel subsidy was removed, the price was below 500 or at top 500. Okay. After they removed fuel subsidy, it was the next day or a day after that day of the announcement, the fuel went from that 4 something straight to 1,000 something or thereabouts. It went to the high this thing. And then they were telling us that the reason it went there is because Nigerians, they've been paying that 4 something 500, and the government has been paying the remaining amount. It's not that.
Right.
It's not that the government didn't remove what they were paying, and then the thing suddenly just went up. It was because the government removed what they were helping the citizen to pay for years. You know, there are some people also that are not, they appreciate, you understand, ungrateful elements. They want to forget all these years that this Nigerian government, wait, I'm not trying to praise them. I'm also trying to tell you how Nigerians behave. All these years, some people, since they born them till they come be 100 years old, Nigeria, they help them pay for it. Why other people for other countries, they say they get oil well or they get crude. Forget that thing. Because that time we will not get the refinery, the product as it is inside ground. Now money where they take process and they'll take sell for you and others. But yet, government begin pay for you right from the day they born you, come reach 100 years old, you die, you born children. Now they just remove one now. May you at least face reality. You they shout. You say you want die. And I know say these same Nigerians, the way then they also their money.
Sorry, Isaac. Sorry, Isaac. Ola, please shut it down when you guys are done.
Okay. Thank you. If I tell you the way Nigerians they also their money, both legit, illegit, even me, they even blame government. Why? Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Man of Prestige.
Yeah.
When last did you come to Nigeria?
I go to Nigeria every year. I was in Nigeria last year and I came back this year. I always spend like about a month in Nigeria every year. Go ahead.
Okay. So do you usually come to Lagos or you go down to the east? I have reason.
No. I spent time in Lagos. Then before I moved down to east during Christmas.
To be candid, and to speak truth to power. Did you see a lot of changes in Lagos State? Does Lagos State, or I don't want to use Lagos State to compare the whole Nigeria. I mean, I based in Lagos. I live in I let me say I'm Lagosian, so
okay.
I based in Lagos. I'm in Nigeria right now. Did you see any change? Does it look like people are suffering? Like how will I put it? How will I put this question to you?
Like Walking Dead. Walking Dead.
Did you not see any development? Like did you not see any new building going on in each street you go like that like is it dead or something? to be candid, just say the truth for at least for once, man of faith. Don't be partisan, please.
Okay, I'm gonna be very authentic to you. I mean, I always stay in Lagos for about a week. I think this time I stayed 10 days. So to be more frank, yeah, every year that I go to Lagos, I see a lot of developments in terms of infrastructure and every other thing. Lagos is the most developed, city in Nigeria. Forget about Abuja. Okay, so just Lagos state government is working. Of course, they get a lot of money, but I haven't said that Lagos is developing, but they can't use the place that I stay, Ikoyi, and all that kind of places, to judge places like Ajabule. What's one of some of the places I don't, some of the poor places. Can you to judge? But in terms of that, there's a development without sugarcoating.
Even though if you go to Ajabule, if you go to anywhere in this Lagos state, you see new building coming up on.
No. I just answer you a question. I'm just being general. Yes.
Let me help you. Let me help you.
Let me finish. Hold on. AY.
This one is my turn. All of you are just bullying me.
Hold on. AY. Just calm down, brother. Just calm down.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Can you just calm down? Let me wrap up.
1 minute. Go ahead.
So okay, just 1 minute. So the point I was trying to make, let me close my analysis, then I can listen, then intervene less. So I was talking about Nigeria are worse off than they were before 2023 in all economic index. Forget about this microeconomy reform, and that's what we're going by right now. We have to talk about economic feeling of human being. So the point, I think I don't know who it wasn't AY. Was it Talk No or whatever? Somebody Isaac that was saying earlier about the fuel subsidy removal. Yeah, I agree with the fuel subsidy removal, but sometimes you have to do something like that to cushion the suffering of the people. Like in USA right now, Trump is trying to remove the federal tax on fuel because of fuel is high. That's what government does. But my question to anybody that want to answer, when anybody come in, what are they doing with the revenue generated, since the fuel subsidy removal? According to my own record, we have accumulated over 1 trillion naira from the saving from fuel subsidy in 2023. And if you add that up to date, over 3.7 trillion. What are they doing with that money? And they keep on borrowing every day. There's nothing wrong with borrowing, but you have to show what you are borrowing the money for. It's not showing. Things are worse off. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. You see, one man, you see how you what's it called? Presti, you see how you defending yourself now. When I tell you people stay away from tribal politics, you people will not listen to me. Now, Nigeria has started dividing across tribe again in this election. Now I go to laugh all of you now. Though I usually tell you when I say it, people tell me, "Oh, everybody is tribal. Tribal is." I say, let Tinubu finish your tribe there. Say then you go in. This is the problem. People, Nigerians, we are just terrible in our thinking. Agbadu, to answer that your question, man of President don't answer that question well. People are poor is bad. That is what it is. You cannot even use Lagos or bad part of Lagos to describe how people are feeling in terms of poverty. You need to go to the remote areas. You need to leave Lagos, go to other states, you go to the remote area. That is how you know how Nigeria are feeling. I was in Nigeria late last year. Yes, people are hungry. Things are bad. This is the honest truth. If you can pass the message to Tinubu, hold on, don't interject me. Just hold on. Let me finish. If you can pass the message to Tinubu, that would be great. People building houses in Lagos, in Abuja, wherever, in the villages, it does not show the economy is doing good. A lot of Nigeria are hustlers. Nigeria, even in Lagos, they work online, they do other activities online. The content creators, that's how they make money. So our economy is not doing really good.
I thought they don't make money.
Of course,
you just said they are making money.
That is what I said. I said they are making money.
Money is money now. When you make money, you make money. Which one are you complaining?
You
hold on, make me
this is my turn. This is my turn. This is my turn. You see, I bash Prestige now. I know come here complain. I'm not obedient for your information, so I need to speak for my people in my country. I'm speaking from Nigeria. Things are bad. If you want to pretend you don't know that people are hungry in Nigeria, please, sorry for you. You are only deceiving yourself.
That's why I said
then we want. So what I want to drive Nigeria mind to, we need to stay away from this our tribal and religious politics. This one is closer to me. We need to interrogate people that want to govern us or people that are governing us. Question them. I don't have problem who anybody supports. You can support the devil to be the president. I don't care. I just want a Nigeria that is working for everybody, especially the common man. This is the Nigeria me I want. That is what I want to see. So I'll keep speaking up. You see, on the issue of the election, it's a different kettle of fish, right? The election is going to be... we need to see if ADC are really going to have a presidential candidate. Obviously, NDC, I think Peter Obi is going to be their presidential candidate from what I'm seeing at Kwankwaso. I think the opposition are greedy. They are greedy and lazy. They've not done much. I'll be saying that. Yes, especially Peter Obi. If I were Peter Obi, immediately after election, he was moving around, but I expected Peter Obi to get struggled of Labour Party. He was unable. That's a problem. So now, instead of them defeating Tinubu is not a child's play. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy, especially when they are divided. I was expecting opposition to even come together to have a chance against Tinubu. I'm telling you, if those that say Atiku will Ghana vote, even if Atiku contest, he might get some vote in the north. Atiku vote in the south, they are gone. Peter Obi collected from those votes. In the southeast, this was Atiku struggled and PDP struggled. South, it was Atiku struggled and PDP struggled. That's where he usually get votes in the south. Now, those votes are gone. South now is completely restructured, completely political restructure. Like, you have APC, they are very strong in the south. If Peter Obi contests, I think Peter Obi will still get good vote in the south. But APC will do extremely well. That I know for sure in the south because now they are ruling almost all the state actually. In the southeast, they are aligning with Tinubu in all the states as well. This is a problem. In the southwest, you only have Oshu and Oyo. I think Tinubu is going to win one out of those two states as well, if not the two. So these are the issues. Now you go to the north. The only way I feel they are going to have a chance is Atiku step it down, because Atiku, to me, is a problem. If for fairness, the North should not contest for this election. 2023, I repeated the same thing. Because this South and Northern sharing of power is the little piece we have in that country. Atiku want to destroy it. Atiku is even too old to contest. This is my own personal belief. I think if I were him, I would allow Peter Obi and Amechi to compete in the primaries in ADC. And whoever get the ticket, let him compete with Tinubu. But unfortunately, they lost that. I don't think so. To be honest, I think there is a lot of challenge. One of the challenges, will the North trust Peter Obi to do 4 years? This is question number one. That is why you see them pushing Goodluck into the equation. And Goodluck, to be honest, if I were Goodluck, I'm not going to contest for any election. He does not have the popularity. They are pushing him. People are pushing him, especially the Northerners. So the thing now is...
They push him into 2022 too, right?
Yeah, APC almost gave when that ticket, APC almost gave that ticket to Goodluck. It was very strong plan already. Because what the Northern wanted to do, they wanted do 4 years, give us power.
AY.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You know, who do you think the North will trust?
It's
If
issue of
Jonathan is on the
convenience.
ticket,
Mm-hmm.
you have Tinubu on the ticket, you have an Obi on the ticket. Just assuming everything in this zone to the south.
Sincerely,
you see, it's tough.
I don't think Goodluck Jonathan.
Here's the thing:
will
they
not be
will
able.
trust. You see, I don't think they will want to go back to someone promising them one term. That's one. Number two, some of them they already have fallout with Tinubu. That's not in doubt. The North is divided around.
There's gonna be a more fallout after the primaries, so lot of fallout.
So
because
now,
APC, they are
now,
gang of robbers.
But
They're gonna rig the primaries.
Yeah, but they know that somebody is going to get there by law. It just has one term. So if you draw those scenarios, you might think that Jonathan maybe he won't stand a chance. I think they will trust him more than any other thing.
Even if they are gonna bring vote Jonathan in, then Peter Obi need to drop. Except that, because the vote are not gonna come out. I'm telling you, Peter Obi is more popular than Goodluck Jonathan. Sincerely, Goodluck Jonathan is a good man. I like him, but with terms of governance, he does not have business with governance. I don't see Peter Obi drop it.
I think if Goodluck comes out, they might people will trust Goodluck Jonathan more than,
of course,
Peter Obi.
He has a history.
I don't even know what you mean
Mr. Ola, Mr. Ola, can I ask you a question? Do you trust Goodluck?
Let me see what I want to say.
Simba, what are you saying? Simba is
what do you mean by I don't like that description saying somebody is a good man. I don't need a good man as my president.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I say
it's not about being you are sharing corn, you turn yourself a traffic warder. That you're going to tell us that you are going to be a good president.
No, of course he was there before now. That's what I'm saying. I said Goodluck.
It's like the way we talk about Jonathan as if all of us will develop amnesia.
Hold on.
You think that we don't know what happened during that regime? That regime was a calamity.
I know now. I know that is what.
And Nigeria earlier on this morning when we are talking AY, I don't pity Nigerians because Nigerians don't even have memory. They don't even know what they deserve for themselves. Yeah. Why should somebody be clamoring for somebody like Goodluck to come back to come and do what?
Simba. We are not the one clamoring. Nigeria is not the one.
We are just discussing.
It's even a lie. All those things, all those people were sponsored. He's the one that wanted to come back on his own. Nobody's clamoring for him.
Actually, he's a politician. It's not left for me. Goodluck does not have business.
Why should somebody be clamoring for somebody like Goodluck to come back? To come and do what?
We are just discussing. You calm down, Simba. Calm down. What I'm saying, right? Again, even if Goodluck is courtesy, Peter Obi is courtesy, you are still going to divide all the vote. This is another problem too. So, I think for me, for opposition to have a chance,
I think the aim if they bring Goodluck Jonathan to contest,
the North will support him.
No, it is just a way of pitching South against South, so that the thing can go to the North.
I don't know how many Southerners that we run after Goodluck. South people. No, I don't know.
That's okay. No, that's what I'm saying. Okay, look at it. If you bring Jonathan, it's naturalized. People might want to go for him, just like Southeast people will go for Obi. You understand? So, and Southwest, we have this kind of. I don't even know where to classify us. You understand? Because some people will go for the Northerners, some people will go for the Easterner. At the end of the day, you mess your people up, you mess your own up. So the thing is, if they come out with that strategy, it's going to be difficult a little bit. But then, I don't know.
Ola, let me say this. If that guy, if he tried it, any iota of goodwill that is enjoying will be erased completely.
We erase it.
He should not even, if he's a mumu, when if he comes out, he can never win anything. And all the goodwill, the little goodwill that is enjoying will vanish.
You see Buhari now.
Let me tell you, everything about him, all these people that are naive, that doesn't even know what happened, because some people are saying, oh, good luck, Jonathan, a bag of rice is this, because our economy is based on bag of rice in Nigeria. They will, that when we bring what happened during his regime out, that's when his hands will be open to people.
No, it is in comparison, right? One bad government to the other. You now say, okay, if a one bad government, you understand, is better than the one that succeeded the government. You understand? The bad government.
Let me tell you, Ola, you have your bias against Buhari. As far as I'm concerned,
in fact, 200%.
Let me tell you this. If good luck, maybe by mistakenly he won that 2015 election, if he continue in that trajectory to 2019, only God knows where that country will be.
So Remy, can we attribute the same thing to Tinubu, that his report card in the first close to 4 years is as bad as it can be? So what happened when
I'm a man of prestige, How can you make that kind of comparison?
Man of prestige.
Well, somebody's making the comparison, yeah. So why can I use the same judgment to judge Tinubu? Because he reported for the first 4 years. Hasn't given an example of anything. All his micro reform. Nothing has transferred reality to people,
Man of prestige, can you hear me?
So why can't I judge him with the first 4 years? What's going to happen when he becomes president?
Man of prestige, can you hear me? Okay, that his microphone is doing the thing again. See, the thing is this. I don't know if you can hear. You understand? There's a difference between you not liking Tinubu and you not facing the reality. We keep asking you guys questions. Was it okay to use 97% of your revenues to pay to service debt? Was it okay to borrow? You're already using 97% to pay debt to. Was it okay to continue to borrow to pay for subsidy, knowing that you are going to service that debt too? You understand? So was it okay? Was it okay for Nigeria to keep printing money? Was it okay for Nigeria to keep owing the foreign investor their money? You understand? When they were bringing their money, you struck an agreement with them that, okay, you were going to guarantee their repatriation. All of a sudden, someone that brought money at the rate of 400, is like 420 to $1. When in not wanted to repatriate their money, you are now saying go to the parallel market and get that money, knowing quite well that they are going to exchange for 800. Was it okay like that? So see, when you want to do this comparison, you don't just go based on social media noise. We are not saying things are easy for people. I was born into hearing how tough the country was. I was not. I was not grown enough to know what happened during Murtala Muhammad, so I would not even talk about that, because people seem to talk of Murtala Muhammad just because it's short-lived, just like people will talk of Yar'Adua. Because in reality, if you are a scholar or you are analyst, you really wanted to analyze what happened during that Yar'Adua, you will see that under that short period that people were praising Yar'Adua too, a lot of it happened because Kaba, just like Kaba of Buhari, Kaba hijacked that government. I remember one kind of runway like that they were supposed to give to PWD, that they gave to Julius Berger, that had no experience in doing such kind of runways at that time. You understand? So the thing is, if you want to be fair to Tinubu, you don't just go on blanket appraiser that, oh, people are, no. How was the situation when Tinubu took over? That is what you look at. When he took over, what was the situation of the country? Don't just say, it was this, so back. No. So those are the things. If Tinubu has not done what he did, I tell you, the country will have been worse off than
we wouldn't even have a country anymore, Mr. Ola.
Exactly.
Do these people understand what was happening?
You will carry 70,000 and you won't be able to buy a loaf of bread. And people just don't want to.
Let me even say this. When you are having a discussion with people that think that a country, they will say, "Oh, is your life better now than when it was in 2023?"
Damn right it is.
As if you are going to pause. You understand that your life is going to pause. It's not a continuous or a progressive something. That so if you are like this in 2023, you will remain like that until 2026. What kind of assumption is that for people that think? And what baffles me is that some people cannot even think on their own. The only is like a bad wagon kind of thing. What they hear, that's the same thing they be echoing. They don't even have thinking faculty to even look at things objectively on their own. Whatever they hear from other people, that's what they be echoing, and they be moving from one platform to the other.
I mean, Tinubu has his flaws, Simba. He has his flaws. Wait. Let me say something. Before you counter Simba, let me say Tinubu has his flaws, but his economic policies have been absolutely perfect, because we have other examples around the world to look at. We have Argentina and we have Brazil. So I think anybody that's intelligent enough can go and do analysis of those two countries and see where they are.
Let me tell you, I don't even like a discussion by saying, he has his own flaws. No, we are all human beings. We are not perfect. Let me tell you, there's no way you can satisfy everybody if you're a leader. Some people will want coconut, another person will want Gary. If you provide coconut, because you have limited resources, you don't have resources to do everything.
Like yesterday,
look at it. People look at Nigeria as if Nigeria have unlimited resources, and once you enter, you must be able to solve all the problems. Even in your own family, were you able to solve all the problems? In your own life,
Simba, have we even defined, Mr. Simba? Simba, have we even defined what our problems are? That's the other problem. Most Nigerians don't even have a definition of what the real problems are.
I gotta count all of you.
Man of prestige, when you are doing the countering, can you please articulate the policies and tell me articulate what the flaws are in the policies and the economic reasons why the flaws are? Because at the end of the day, economics is a social science. I think Mr. Allah was talking about economics yesterday, or this morning when I heard. Economics is a social science. It's not mathematics. There's not an absolute correct policy, because you are dealing with the realities and the lives of humans. Humans that make multiple different decisions, and the decisions are infinite. The possibilities and the results of the multiple decisions that 200 million Nigerians are going to make are infinite. So economics is a social science. There's no absolute in economics, and that is why it's not accounting, like Mr. Allah was saying. Because it's not accounting. Accounting is 1 + 1 = 2. Economics is not 1 + 1 = 2. It's a social science. You're dealing with the lives of real people. So, Mr. Man of Prestige, when you're talking about it, can you please expatiate on the policies and why they are?
Say what you want to say. You don't need to teach him what you need to say.
No. I believe that. I believe that a man of prestige, we have to put this in on benchmark. You have to benchmark this thing because see, where I'm afraid of our intellectual is this: they confuse those people that don't really understand it. Because now, for example, they brainwash some people to the extent of believing that Dubry was the president of Nigeria, that it was not Buhari, and some people really believe that thing. And it's saddening my heart that even we have some educated people. We are not talking of someone that was barely educated. We are talking of some master's degree in engineering people. Engineering. that believe that it was Jubri that was sitting as the president of Nigeria. That is what some people did. And brainwash people. You understand? No, let's look at it. How can you connect that? You
Let
understand?
me come in, Allah. You're supposed to be the moderator.
Yeah, okay. It's something
Yeah,
black. Go ahead.
Whether people believe that Jubilee was the one occupying, that fallacy, it's not immune to Nigeria. Even in the United States, people have their own fallacy in that regard.
Not to
So
Nigeria.
It's
not to Nigeria. Call it what it is. It's from the IPOBs.
Okay,
members.
it's
not Nigeria. Prestige. It's not tribal. You call Aflan every time. Also, where you also caught is what they are. It's not Nigeria. It's IPOB members.
Yeah.
And a lot. I don't know if you're a member though.
No, it's only IPOB that believe
Buhari was dead.
Anyway,
yeah.
That's
yeah.
a subject for another day. You just You just want to go to that narrative, which is not necessary at this particular junction. But anyway,
but it's true.
Okay, let it.
It's not necessary, but it'll be good if you acknowledge it because you're a decent person.
Yeah,
because a decent person just acknowledge it.
Trade among Nigerians, whether it's IPOB
This
majority
is not
or whatever.
Igbo tribal. I'm not saying
my concern.
I'm not even saying Igbo. I'm saying IPOB. I'm not saying Igbo.
I don't say you say Igbo.
Yeah, it's
anyway,
IPOB are not. They are all Igbo are not IPOB.
Let's move on.
Because you say Nigeria, you are saying
want to introduce your own narrative, but I'm not going to take your bet.
You see, Igbo he believe it. I tell you, I don't know for you people, Joe.
Yeah. When you come here, you act like you are the most righteous person, or you are the
it's
right.
No issue of righteous.
Okay, man of prestige.
It's you that is talking
a
empirical fact every time. This is a empirical fact.
Man of prestige. Let's take this thing even one after the other.
Okay.
Do you believe that 97% debt to revenue ratio was okay for Nigeria, and did you believe that it was sustainable? Yes or no, sir? Do you believe?
No, it wasn't sustainable, right?
Okay. Now, do you believe that we should be borrowing money to subsidize exchange and be borrowing money to pay fuel subsidy? Did you believe that?
For most of West Africa, our place had that because we are subsidizing literally half of West Africa.
Hold on now. Arrow, they asked me a question and not you, so let me answer. Okay, you're not the only person with with knowledge here. But anyway, having said that, do I believe there's nothing wrong with borrowing? Okay.
But no, you are not getting. Do you believe it was okay to borrow to subsidize fuel consumption and USD that end up in the hands of some people that go to use it to buy wig, to import Indomie, and to do some kind of rubbish from this? So do you believe it was okay to subsidize? Why to subsidize for that for fuel and forex? Do you believe that?
Then we can go from there. My answer is no. I said no.
Please let him talk, please.
So if the answers are no, so why exactly are you against fuel subsidy removal? Why exactly are you now against the policy that boosts our debt to revenue ratio? So why are you fighting against
it? Can you also take the VAT as well along and the student loan? Can you talk about that? Why it's against that as well? What is inherently Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Everybody in support of the fuel subsidy. The way Tinubu did it, whether it's good or not, some people say he did it in a haste.
How should they have done it? How should they have done it?
Without implementing,
how should they have implemented the fuel subsidy according to the PIA Act?
Okay. Let's stick with the present.
Do you understand that the fuel subsidy removal is actually according to law? It's not because Tinubu didn't remove it because he wanted to remove it. He removed it because he had no other option than to remove it. Because according to the PIA Act, there's nothing called for subsidy according to PIA. In fact, Buhari had to go and get a supplementary budget to actually bring fuel subsidy from January to July when to just when Tinubu took over.
Can you hear me?
He said it cannot be done the way So let him be. Let us. So he can't just be canceling it. Let us give us the alternative.
Yes,
give us the alternative.
Okay, here we go. The problem is not about the fuel subsidy. Like I said, the way it was removed, but that's a story for another day. But having said that, the removing of the fuel subsidy, it wasn't bad because actually there may be some gimmick in that fuel subsidy, whether the fuel subsidy was being subsidized, whether it's being utilized by some, whether it was corrupted or not. But removal was the right thing. But what are you doing with the revenue
is it
that
my
was
system that
from the fuel subsidy?
sometimes breaking? Is it my system?
Hold on now. Up to date.
Dr. Simba, we can hear you. Dr. Simba.
Nigeria had generated about 10 to 15 trillion naira from the removal of fuel subsidy up to date 2026. Okay? And no, they say those fuel subsidies will be used. Huh?
From what?
From the removal of the fuel subsidy.
Wow, how? Just tell us.
The money that was used to subsidize, if you look up to date, the amount of money the government have in their coffers is it's about
no,
10.
just forget.
Dr. Simba, who understand
tell me how removal of subsidy. Wait now, Agbado. Sorry, Agbado. Listen, please. Tell me, man, how removal of subsidy.
Remy, wait. Remy, sorry. Make I use PG English to answer them so that I ain't go no say even person will not go school. He understand what they happen. May I use PG?
Will you stop gaslighting us about no go school? Stop that.
No, wait. National by wait. I want to use PG English to answer you. You know what? How will you now be asking we in this platform and the government the borrowed money they borrow to subsidize? How will you now be asking us? You can't ask us, say, money where then they borrow, say with the generator. How you will take generate money where you they go borrow?
No. Now, what I mean by let me rephrase my word. Nigeria has saved 10 to 15 trillion naira from the removal of the fuel subsidy. Whether it's been borrowed, or the one that is
how? Just tell us how they are. Let me ask you. It's not. Let us trash this issue today. You are you take yourself as let's say as a businessman. You are borrowing money to feed, let's say, to feed your workers.
Your cow, your malu.
Now you not say people are not asking you how much you are.
Simba, you dey break.
How can you save money from what you are borrowing? No, just tell
Simba,
me.
You're breaking that.
Dr. Simba.
But he don't hear. Make an answer. I think he hear.
That's why I said what I said earlier on about the man of prestige now. The man of prestige does not understand how he works. So that's why I call him Olodo. I'm not abusing him. So
man of prestige. I think man of prestige. Can I say something? Man of prestige. Can I say something? Can I allow me to address man of prestige? I don't intend to. I'm younger than you, man of prestige. I know that for a fact. I think you have a better experience of Nigeria than I do. I know that for a fact as well. I think I've been on this platform long enough for.
Where is he now? Is he not talking again?
So I don't know. He's here. So man of prestige. Let me just say this, okay? What I know is this: number one, we have a national revenue. There's a by law. There's a way the revenue is allocated to each state. It's not news and it's not hidden that each of the states has tripled their revenue allocation month by month. It is not unknown to everybody that logically there should be not a single state that is still struggling to pay its workers and struggling
why are you taking us to another thing?
Wait. No, because I'm even just doing the simplistic stuff because he's saying that what has the government done with the revenue?
It's not even related to the question that we are generating. Let us let him understand because it's a big issue that you hear everybody saying subsidy saving. Let them understand what is actually behind this subsidy.
Because
the revenue has increased. You are not answering the question.
So are you saying that because I'm making it even I'm simplifying it for him because it doesn't even understand. I don't know.
Okay, so how will you so you said the revenue has increased because of the removed subsidy? Is that what you are going to say?
No. What
I
I'm
think
saying,
the key thing is
can I
we were
finish?
borrowing money. We're borrowing money to subsidize before. Now we don't need to borrow money to subsidize. We can borrow money to do projects now.
Hello?
So that's the key thing. It's not about all these savings. It's very myopic to say,
Yes,
"Oh, the
ma'am.
savings from subsidy. Where is it?" It doesn't make sense. Because first
I
of
mean,
all,
even look at our sovereign wealth fund. Man of prestige. Look at our sovereign wealth fund.
May I still put my voice there? When they remove it, they promise that before 2 years, Nigeria problem will be over, everything will be okay, this and that. That's what they said also.
Nobody said so. Who told you that? Who promised you that?
So when they remove the subsidy, the economic team said they understand the pain that Nigerians are currently going through, and they are going to make sure in the next 2 years everything is going to be good, everything is going to be fine. You see,
Midwest. Our reserve.
yeah.
What is our reserve now? And what is
I
our
don't know. I don't know. I'm not part of it.
The issue is not even about reserve or whatever. What you are saying, there is nobody should come and be telling anybody here say where is the subsidy saving. It is not that it doesn't save anything. In fact, not even doing subsidy does not add 1 naira to our money. It doesn't add. As somebody, I don't know the person that just said, the only thing it does to our economy is that money that we borrow to pay subsidy, we cannot channel it to another thing. In borrowing, we have to borrow money to do another thing. And you cannot say your borrow is a saving. It's not a savings.
Simba, sorry. The only thing, let me just tell you, the only place I fought Tinubu, where I will say, if anybody talk about that thing, that very thing about Tinubu, I will align with the person. I'm not biased. You understand? I like him. I like his policies. But if you say this thing, as a man, you don't promise what you cannot do. When he said in the campaign ground that Nigerians, come what may, I'm going to give you light in my first tenure. What I expected Tinubu to do, borrowing is good. Whether you want to borrow all the whole world to fix that light, I don't care. He would have done that. Borrow it. Borrow that money from anywhere and do that your promise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have promised.
Let me tell you about that thing that everybody has been echoing. Do you know that? Have you watched the full video of that thing? Have you ever watched it?
Okay, the full video of that promise.
Yes.
Well,
if they just it's what you are seeing is just a cut and paste thing. He said it right, but he now made I'm not using this one, no, but he made a caveat to it. He said, unless I gave you a tangible reason.
Oh, okay, can I reclaim my time?
You can reclaim it. Continue what you want to say.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about Tinubu promise.
You don't have time.
Can I even ask you? Man of prestige.
Please let him talk.
You don't talk since now.
For now.
1 minute.
Mr. Ola, how they going to talk about electricity for here? I know talk about them. Like they talk about electricity generation, like saying I just electricity transmission, like they are just beans. Mr. Ola,
let me start with where you're at about the electricity generation. That was a promise, and the promise is not kept. And that it's just like what happened in USA when the Bush Senior came, said no increase in tax, and that was his doom in the next election. And Nigeria.
No. Man of prestige, hold on.
Promise.
Man of prestige, hold on. Did you just listen to Simba?
Let me go to the main topic, the fuel subsidy. I have a lot of points to counter what you were saying. Okay. The point we're having at this particular time, it's not about the removal of fuel subsidy, whether it's right or it's wrong. It's already been done, and this is where we are at the present. But the point I'm saying that we did save money Yeah, we borrowed a lot of money to subsidize, to subsidize the fuel, almost, to my own understanding, almost about 10 trillion at that particular time. But there's some allocation from, from the home front, almost about 6 trillion or whatever, that was put there to subsidize it by that time. So my point is that the money that we are saving from that fuel subsidy, subsidizing the fuel, what are we doing with the money, that could have been using, because we are still borrowing. So you can say we have saved money from the borrowing and the one that was allocated through, through Nigeria.
How can you say you save money from borrowing? How can you save money from borrowing?
Because we are still borrowing money. The money we are borrowing right now, we are not using it anymore.
Is your money, the money that you are borrowing, you borrow money, is that a saving? If you borrow money from somebody, is this a saving?
I'm talking about from not subsidizing the fuel. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, let me make it very simple. The money we could have used to, to subsidize the fuel, we are not using that money anymore. So
where is the money? Where is the money?
Money or borrowed money? What are we using the money that we borrowed, at that particular time,
wait. You can make a different discussion by saying, okay, what are we using the money that we borrow for, as against what are we using the savings from oil subsidy removal for? It's a different discussion. Don't mix it.
How am I missing it? Are we not saving money because we are not borrowing? We are not using our money here, to subsidize it. So
it's not your money. You can't do it. See, it's a simple arithmetic comparable. I now know why Nigerians have problem. Well, they can't understand simple things.
Okay, let me go ahead. Okay. You said you removed the fuel subsidy, because the money that you be saving from not borrowing and other kind of things, you're supposed to use it for infrastructure, state allocation. Of course, state allocation has increased 3 to 4 or 5 times, because of the devaluation of Naira. If you value to what Naira was before this present government, you can say the state government are receiving close to the same amount of location. You claim you're going to use it for, instead of borrowing money or getting money from Nigeria to subsidize, you're going to use it for transportation. You're going to use it for debt reduction. The only one that I can see they are making a headway for this thing that I said, their social program. There are some public service. None of them is being. The only one that hold on, let me don't truncate my thought. The only one they have made an indent to is debt reduction out of the whole thing that I said. My 5 or 6 points that I enumerated here has gotten worse, 3 to 4 times worse than before this government come in. Am I lying? I mean,
what did you say?
Okay. Man of Prestige. Sorry, man of Prestige.
Well, 6 bulletin points.
Yeah, man of Prestige. I understand where you are coming from. Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, I understand where you are coming from. Now, I think the problem is you need to revisit Nigeria. Let me start the point. You are asking where. Wait now. Let me just give you a point. You need to revisit Nigeria, number 1. Then number 2, you are asking. Now we are no more subsidizing fuel. We should have we should have money to do other things. Why I say you should revisit Nigeria is this: we already know that is in the public space. Even the governors themselves, they testify how Tinubu is giving them more money. Now go to most of these states. I was in the eastern part of Nigeria. I was in Lagos. I can't actually give exact in Lagos because I didn't move around that well. I was just in a spot, like, I didn't actually move around. But when I got to Onitsha, I moved around. I saw some projects going on, even on the way Onitsha to Benin. I saw a lot of projects going on. Now, people are giving kudos to Oti, Governor Oti, right now. Where is he seeing that money? That praise you people are giving to him, that money that he is using, you think he fall from heaven? He didn't fall from heaven. All this money you are asking about, say, where is the money? Where's the money?
No,
ask Oti.
Ask Oti.
Isaac,
it's not right because
Isaac, let me tell comparable one thing he does not understand. we analyzed the budget of OT for 2004. We discovered that only 25% of the revenue of what he budgeted for is going to be raised. The 75% of that budget is from borrowing. You understand? Because when people talk about, hey, Tinubu borrow more than, they don't know that a larger percentage of the borrowing that the Nigeria is taking is actually taken by the governors. You understand? 75%. Go and check that budget. 75% of OT's budget of 2024 was actually
they know that one.
borrowed.
Even my governor, wait, my brother.
Silva, can you also add this? That borrowing is an estimated planned borrowing. It's not guaranteed that he will be able to secure those funds. I don't even know that people understand what the budget is. That's the other problem. People don't even understand.
No. I'm not even talking about
the audience. After the fuel subsidy, let everybody raise their hand. Did we save money from not subsidizing the fuel anymore? Did Nigeria save money? Almost about 3 years right now. Are we saving money from not subsidizing the fuel?
Man of Prestige, Nigeria don't hold that money.
Okay, hold on. The money that we save, what has it benefited Nigeria apart from the reduction of debt servicing? Whereby that's the only place I've seen something. The fuel price has risen sharply. Transportation costs has exploded. Food inflation is all-time high. Naira has weakened. Wages.
We've resolved all our debts. We've paid off most of our debts. We've increased our
internal. They benefiting from this debt you pay.
Okay, let me tell you how it has benefited Nigeria. Okay. Now, minimum wage increased. Then the governors, they were hold on, Oga, forget about all these things. You ask a question and you are debating to another thing. Now, the states were able to clear the outstanding debts. That they were able to clear, outstanding debt include unpaid salary. You understand? And they were able to channel some of those money into different projects.
Let me tell you, even all those things, they are not even necessary. For him to even stabilize our economy by not continue that useless thing to drown our economy into a disaster is more than enough reason for us to even appreciate. It's not even about what they are doing. We know of countries whereby
it's man of Prestige there. Man of Prestige, you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. If not permit me to come inside. First of all, we thank you for that question, because that question you asked, you said, what are we using the money for? So you didn't say what is Tinubu using the money for. As a Nigerian, what we are using the money for is that the president will share the money to governors and every other people, and they continue business as usual. You understand me? I'm speaking for my own self, my own opinion. Now, that is the situation we find ourselves. Whether we like it or not, they are running Nigeria the way they used to run it, and they want a different result. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Nigeria is in the hands of political.
Say you will go get internship with Faro Timio. You need
no wala. The whole situation, my brother, is so complex because you use the word we. That is what I love in your question. From Tinubu to the governor of your state to my governor, all of them, I don't want. They are all crooks. I'm telling you.
Midwest. Okay, Midwest. Hold on. Don't let us go into that trajectory. Hold on. Let's
I allow you to stop since make I your habitual to rap more. Wait. You see the electricity.
Now you be the moderator. Now allow the guy to speak.
No. Yeah, that's the more reason. That's the more reason I need to moderate. I don't want us to move to that tangent of all those No, I don't want us to. Let us just be analytical about what we are talking about. Okay.
That is where I'm going.
Midwest, hold on. You will come. We have your time and you talk for sure. He asked, "What are we doing with that money?" You understand? Simba said something. He said the fact that we stopped continue through that trajectory of the way we were using 97% of our this thing to pay was even enough. Let me tell you what happened during Buhari period that you don't know. At a particular point in time when Buhari was using 97% of our revenue to service, lenders were no longer lending us money. What does that tell you? Nigeria was thought okay, and now we were doing waste and means. We were now started printing money. At a particular point in time, the country enter into trouble. Now, when we no longer get that money, hold on, okay. Hold on, okay.
You they educate me, but I they try to give my own opinion because you they cut me off. Una they talk since I not talk. You know go let person land. You go say, okay, make I hold on. Make you tell me what you Buhari do. Make I listen now. No wala. Let me listen.
Sorry about that. Just this one point now. Now, when we could no longer get that money again, we now started doing future sale of our resources. You understand? Let's assume we are supposed to make 10 billion from crude oil this year now. We are now collecting the money, like say 10 years upward, just for us to spend today and pledge our resources. That was how bad it is. So, Midwest, I want you to talk along that trajectory of what could have happened.
See, my own is this, my brother.
But
you see,
economical with your analysis. Let me counter you because you're talking about
the situation. Wait.
No, let me speak now. Let me speak.
The situation we find ourselves is very heartbroken. There is no single person that can fix a country. But what I blame these guys for is for their inability to really create a channel to control people. Okay, NNPC, they add L. Look at the amount of money. Everybody is shocked. The borrowing you are talking about, they were not loaning us money. Even few weeks before Buhari left office, he still loaned money. What are you talking about? So the situation is so complex. Even the best among us here, to my own observation, if they make you that president, you will be worse than Buhari, you will be worse than Tinubu. You can't do it alone. The money you are asking my brother, Tinubu has been giving your governor. Tinubu has been giving my governor. Let's say Tinubu is bad now, I agree. He has been paying workers, civil servants. He's running a project, what is it called? This road that they are building, that one way near water, Coastal Road. Money is going there. It's not Tinubu that is running it. He appoints somebody. When you look at their strategies, bring more, security, bring more. If you are in that position, you think you will be better than Tinubu, who knows these people very well, who has been in their midst for years. You see this Obi and all of them way they talk. Don't follow those. We did it for my ex-governor. He's in exile now. When we were doing 4+4, he must complete. He must do this. Look at the way he turned those state too. All these ones that we know, the only thing I am advocating, let us tell them to start working hard to create a system that will check our people. This is my own submission. That money, my governor have received a lot. He bought bulldozer, he put it somewhere. They are just doing agriculture that doesn't have street. It doesn't have name. It has no number. What are you talking about? Every month, imagine your state governor is not even working to make money. Tinubu and his financial team must send money to them because we sell crude oil. And that same crude oil, remember, even the ones where we never pump out, the last administration used to take carry money. So it's a totally messed up system we find ourselves. For me, when you say our people are, but when you include them, you use we. That's what I love about your question. You understand me now? Because the whole situation is complex. We have to be honest. Whether he's putting money into education, he's not the one running it. Tomorrow, when he's out of office, you see different story. If he's pumping money into electricity, the cable that passed my father's house is older than my grandfather. Somebody that have the idea is here. They will only go there and pass. Nothing is changing. And at the end, if you point to it, they will tell you the president must bring so million. Whom are you giving it to? It's too much. So I just thank you for that question. That's how we answer it. I don't know how any other way I can make my own contribution. I don't want to praise anybody. Our system is producing nonsense and it will continue to produce it. All these people that is lining up for me, I am traumatized. I don't trust any of them any longer. And when I see my Nigerian politician promising me anything, I am scared. Even the ones that are there currently, for me, is even better than those ones that we have not tested. Look, imagine a country. We are all clamoring for the one that we have not tested. Once somebody comes in, whether it's a professor, everything messed up. We have to agree that something is wrong. That is my summation.
Okay, thank you. Man of Prestige, do you still want to defend yourself or should
Oh no. Let me finish defending myself. Let me start with some of the noise you are making here. And this is how corrupt this present government is. I'm not saying they are the only corrupt person, but in my own opinion, until when they get out of office, we're beginning to when we come back, we analyze what they did or not. I would say it will be probably the most corrupted government ever to have ascended to Nigerian politics. But having said that, and I will give you an example, because you see what's going on in APC right now, this fracas they're having, I'm not saying every other party. You increase their fat allocation. We know that's a gimmick because of the dollar devaluation. Having said that, now you give all APC, which control about 30-something of the governor, if my point get me right, you are taking about 10 to 15% of that allocation. You bring it to APC government in order for Tinubu re-election. Isn't you know about that? I'm not making up things. That's the problem they have with Hope Uzodinma, I think the finance minister. That's part of the problem. He was removed. Maybe some of that is. So all the whole money that's being given to the state, particularly the APC governor, they are not using it to help their people. They are using it to support Tinubu re-election, campaign. Is that not insane? Can anybody tell me how that's supposed to help the common people?
So all the money they have been collecting from 2023 they are using it to sponsor election of 2027.
It's not the money that was allocated to the state that the government.
I'm just asking you. You said all the money that has been given them they are just using it to support the election.
I don't know what percentage. It could be 10 or 20% of of the allocation to the state. Now they are using it.
How did you know that? How did you know that?
That was more leaked idea. What even how do I know that? And you know it. You just don't want to say it. That's the problem with you, Simbad. When you come here, you hide something. But anyway, let's go back to the topic. I think some people were talking about the percentage, that was used to subsidize debt. Okay, during the Buhari time, it was very, very high. But Tinubu, used to subsidize about 40 to 60%, up to 69, of Nigerian revenue has been used to subsidize this debt. Go and check that whether I'm right or wrong.
Subsidize or it is not. They don't subsidize. You don't subsidize debt. So you only service debt.
Not subsidize. I use the wrong word. Service debt. About 60 to 40% of our revenue generated has been used to.
So what is your point? What is your point about that?
My point is that is the only place, things has helped when it comes to everything that I said. That everything.
Okay, let me ask you. Do you know the importance of having a very large, huge foreign reserve?
Yeah,
that country. Just tell me what is the importance? What is it? Wait now. What is the importance of having a very sizable foreign reserve?
That will help in terms of borrowing.
What else?
Look about your economy in the world, will be very good.
What does it mean to you? What does it mean to you when you said your foreign reserve
you have a very stable economy?
It's not. It doesn't say that your economy is stable.
If your debt,
it shows how
revenue is very low. How come that doesn't mean your economy, is good? Okay, you tell me if you're an economist. You tell me what's the benefit.
Do you know our net reserve before Tinubu came in?
I don't know what it is.
It was just $3 billion.
Low, but it probably better.
It was just $3 billion.
Okay, so even at all it's higher right now. What is it now?
It is now about $36 billion net. I'm not talking about gross.
Even that being higher, how does that help the common people? This is my point I'm making. Forget about all those money.
Let me ask you now. Now you you are not staying in Nigeria. People that stays in Nigeria now, they can now buy, they can go out of the country. You don't need to even go and be struggling for dollar in the bank to get dollar. Your card now can work anywhere in the world.
Okay, Simbad. That's
no wait
valid
now.
Okay.
During Buhari,
let me counter you. Economic wise, that's very good. But how many percentage of Nigeria are in that category that you just painted? How many percentage? Is it about 2 or 3%? Compared to
so what you are saying now, we rather not having it because a larger percentage of Nigeria cannot benefit from it. Is that what you are saying?
No, you need to benefit the larger percentage of Nigeria before that. What you are just spending to me.
Let me tell you what that's why I asked you earlier on. Comparable that, what does it mean? It means what the basic thing that it means is that how you can finance your importation. That is what it means. Okay, how much of importation can you do with your foreign reserve? How can you finance your importation over a period of time?
Okay. We saying our debt is very low right now. Why our importation, cash has increased drastically compared to bill? Tell me how that helps importing good into Nigeria. Because when import good at a cheaper rate, that will, they will pass it to the common people. The inflation will be lower. Tell me why, inflation wise, it has helped Nigeria. Inflation is higher.
What is our current? No, wait now. What is our current inflation rate?
I don't have the figure here. It's I know. Hold on.
So if you don't have figures, why are you talking about something you don't even know?
About 20-something% right now.
Why are you talking about something? You are talking about inflation. Meanwhile, you don't even know the inflation rate in Nigeria, and you are talking about inflation.
I said it's about 20-something. So give me the stats.
It's not 20-something. That's what I'm telling you. Don't know. It was around 14% before the Middle East war started. But now, because of that, it has increased to 16.
Let's go before the Middle East war. Give me the percentage, and I will fact check you. Don't lie now. Simbad.
What do you say?
Give me the percentage. What is it before?
I said 16. It's about 16 point something now. 16.
Don't lie now, because I'm going to fact check you. Don't disgrace yourself.
Hey, check. I said 16.
So, man of prestige, you are ChatGPT economist.
Which one you chat?
Nobody has the whole knowledge. Yeah.
AY, do you know one funny thing about? Do you know one thing about all those tools? Is this? If you don't know how to use those tools, those tools will be feeding you.
They will frustrate you.
I know.
What people are saying.
Okay? It give me close to approximately information that I need whenever I'm looking for.
So if you want to check, you go to ChatGPT.
No.
Man of President, don't make a mistake. Like let me tell you something. Hold on, Oga, hold on. The thing is this, some people think when they go to ChatGPT ask question that is going to give them accurate thing. See, let me tell you one thing. We are in the era of big data. We have the veracity of it. The veracity of it is this. If you have a group of people that keep lying on internet, if nobody is countering them, over time, when those things are unchallenged, and you go to all those large language model things, you understand? They keep feeding you the lies that are there because nobody has created controversy about those things.
Just for example,
I perfectly understand. It's data generated. This is how they get their information.
Let me hear what I want to say.
I wanted to say just how they were saying Buhari is from Sudan. Buhari has ChatGPT will pick it up.
Exactly. When are you going to let that go?
But it's true that it's true. Oh, that was funny though. I said I'm arguing with somebody. Educated person is telling me Nigeria president is dead. He's dead. He was buried in Saudi Arabia. I say, eh? I say, even you.
Not only that, what is it called? Basa just said when he saw the man, he carefully looked at his ear.
No.
These are men, they have been together for years, though.
Obasanjo, Obasanjo is a funny guy now. He's a comedian,
Honestly, when Nnamdi Kanu was saying it, I was just laughing. I know Nnamdi Kanu is just a funny guy. When it got really irritated, it was irritating me was when knowledgeable people are respect. You are really saying it? I'm like, do you know what it takes for a president to meet a president of America? Do you know what it takes to meet one leader? If you go White House now, facial recognition, or it no matter who you build.
A Nigerian politician will just accept foreigner to come and be the president. Those people that love power.
Yeah. I'm like, these guys, for me, it is very childish, especially when Nnamdi Kanu is saying, I understand that Kanu is just frustrated, just trying to drag
propaganda.
It was propaganda. That's chairman of propaganda. But when the educated, exposed people were saying it, then that's where I know this country no be beast. No be beast.
See, man of prestige. If you don't know the principle of some things, you understand. Now, okay, let me give you an example. If you are not a software developer, if you use ChatGPT to develop software, I'm sorry. Maybe what you are supposed to use 5 days to build, you end up spending 5 months. And ChatGPT is supposed to help you, right? It can lead you to where you just be moving around the circle. You'll be looping around.
Yeah.
So you have to know exactly. So it's a tool to help your knowledge. Don't make it as a knowledge itself. So if you don't know the basic principle of what you are searching for,
stop educating me. I know about that. Okay.
When you quickly rush to ChatGPT now,
I don't live on ChatGPT. I'm not like forefather. Okay,
So instead of you going to Ministry of Finance, CBN,
I use some of that.
No let forefather hear you.
Balance me. Oh no, I tell forefather that it's not an issue.
That forefather will go to ChatGPT and I will start being bold. It will be authoritative. All of a sudden, it becomes Rewani. It becomes Soludo. When you go to ChatGPT, it
let's
doesn't
have
work
a conversation. Okay.
We are still
talking about the fuel subsidy and generating revenue. So let me ask you something. Like I said, we're saving money from the fuel subsidy, and we are still borrowing and other kind of things. Can you actually tell me what is the removal of fuel subsidy? What have the Nigeria benefited from the removal of the fuel subsidy? Can you just tell me, what they have benefited?
We've told you these things severally. You understand? You guys, you are criticizing Lagos Coastal Road. You are criticizing the expansion.
Forget about that.
Hold on,
that's an elephant project.
How can you call Lagos?
Mr. Ola, can I answer matter of prestige simply? Because I think you are too intelligent to be doing all this stuff. Leave it for people like me.
What am I doing?
So, Mr. Man of Prestige, asking what have we benefited is asking someone that is bleeding profusely, someone that has been gravely wounded. Okay. Asking him and is bleeding, losing blood, losing 2-3 pints of blood, and asking him, what has he benefited by someone coming along and stopping him from bleeding? Well, he was about to die, and he's been rescued from certain death. That's what we benefited by stopping from subsidy. That's the first thing.
Economy-wise, it's an estimation. That may not.
No. There's no. Mr. Man of Prestige, Mr. Man of Prestige, Mr. Man of Prestige, Man of Prestige. Wait. Let's. We already said it earlier, okay? And because I heard Mr. Ola speaking early this morning, economics is a social science, okay? But from an accounting perspective, simple accounting, it was estimated that we're using the world 60,000 liters or barrels or whatever they were saying we're using every day in petrol. Okay, a lot of that was being subsidized for other West African nations. When you look at the amount of volume of petrol that's being used now, it's substantially less than 40%. We are bleeding and hemorrhaging money. So the main thing is this: from a primary simplistic point of view, we have stopped bleeding. You've arrested, you know what they call arresting the development? You've arrested the further development. You've arrested the development of a situation that would have been catastrophic. We were borrowing money we did not have. Already Nigeria was already at 97% service, debt service. Nigeria was threatening to go over 105% debt service. You know what that means?
Actually, it's close to the 100 we was using before.
So how can you tell me, how is it sustainable? A country borrowing 100%. You know what that means? That means they're yeah, I don't even, why? It's laughable. It's laughable that
a man, you were earning 10,000 every month, but you need 115,000 to
survive.
You are earning 10,000. You need 15,000 to pay debt.
You can't survive. The economy will fall. It will collapse. You would end up in a, I don't even know what's the worst country we've seen. Greece. Remember what happened in Greece during the recession? Probably worse. Remember what happened in Zimbabwe? That's where we go, because your creditors, the international creditors, they will simply call back there. I mean, do you even understand how bad it was, man of prestige? You are intelligent enough to understand. It was
okay. Let me respond to that before we proceed. You asked me, Nigeria has stopped bleeding, because of the removal of the fuel subsidy, because that's unsustainable. My answer is yes or no. It's a good thing that we remove it. It's about time we remove it, But
man of prestige, stop saying it's a good thing. It was a legal thing that removed it, because we removed it not because it was good.
It's my opinion, Arrow, and I'm not.
You should go to the National Assembly to go and contest the law they passed and tell them is your opinion. It's not a matter of opinion. It's not of law.
Contest in Nigerian government?
No, I mean, did the legislative not pass a law, the PIA Act? Yes or no? Do you understand that a component of the PIA Act stipulates that you must remove fuel subsidy? Why do we now have a PLC with what's they call this NNPC? NNPCL is no more just a simple. It's not NNPCL for a good reason, according to the PIA Act. And I think it's a problem, because the PIA Act was something that was debated for more than a decade, and when they passed it, a lot of Nigerians don't understand the contents of the PIA Act. Fuel subsidy was only extended until June by Buhari, because it went to the legislature and it got a supplementary budget to cover it for half of the year. Otherwise, Tinubu had no business making the announcement, because it was already a done deal.
Okay, can you stop there? Let me intervene on that. When you say Tinubu has no business removing it, it's not about removal of the fuel subsidy, but it was the way it was done. It was done immediately, That
he didn't do anything. He only what Tinubu did is he said
everything, inflation, everything. He should have done it face by face.
You cannot do. Well, if you want, Oga, I just use simple.
Stronger relief measure before he does it.
Man of prestige, I use simple English to just tell you what happened. The PIA Act was passed sometimes, I think, in October the previous year.
That was during Buhari time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The moment that PIA Act is passed, you cannot pay for fuel subsidy anymore. Fuel subsidy now becomes an illegal act for any government, any executive that wants to subsidize. Has to go to wait. Would you let me land? Okay, would you let me land? Any executive that wants to pay for fuel subsidy needs to go to the House of Assembly, okay, to the National Assembly. It needs to go to the National Assembly and make a request for budgetary allocation for it. It has to be budgeted. It has to be appropriately budgeted. What Tinubu was essentially telling you on that ground in Eagle Square is, I do not intend to request for any supplementary budget to cover the rest of 2023, or I do not intend going forward in my budgetary plans to budget for fuel subsidy. That is essentially because the PIA Act already makes it null and void. Do we understand the simple idea of it? I don't even think that most of us understand.
We understand the concept behind it, but that's
not. Yeah, so if you understand the concept, why are you arguing about?
Hold on. That's not the language Tinubu use.
It doesn't matter what language he uses. He's a politician.
You are being economical with the fact, okay? Tinubu just came out and said subsidy is gone, just to show that he's bravery, like he's a tough.
Was it gone? Oga, was it gone? Was it gone or not? It was gone. PIA Act had been passed. It was gone. It was gone. So if someone is telling you it's gone,
nobody knew about it.
Why nobody knew about it?
Sorry, let me come in. Man of prestige. Before Tinubu got there, do you agree that subsidy was already gone, literally? Before he got there.
Do I agree that subsidy was already gone before he got in there?
Yes, before he got there.
Was it implemented before he got in there? I thought Tinubu is the one that made the announcement and implemented, but it was something that was written, that was proposed.
He was gone. Buhari, man of prestige. Let me explain to him. Let me explain to you, man of prestige. In December 2022, Buhari sent that woman, that Farouk woman, to go to National Assembly and present a supplementary budget to provide for fuel subsidy to cover January to June. So subsidy was already gone. However, Buhari went to the National Assembly to request for special consideration. Look at the word, special consideration to cover fuel subsidy for the period of January till June 2023. So subsidy was already gone. Tinubu did not need to do anything. It was gone. It's gone. Forget about it. So don't let us discuss for something that was already a done deal. Let us move on. There's other things to discuss.
I don't know. I mean, that's what you say, you know. And I mean, those need to be fact checked, you know. Maybe
man of prestige. The National Assembly is
everything that you say here.
Man of prestige.
This is public knowledge. I'm not telling you.
Hold on. When I know you're a patron of this government, and you expect me to take everything you say.
You don't need to take what I said. You know, the National Assembly actually have a website, okay? You can go to the National Assembly website and look at the supplementary budget that was passed in December 2022. I'm not saying it because I'm saying it's National Assembly. I don't own the National Assembly. We all own it. It's a property of every single Nigerian. You send representatives from every single constituency goes there. So don't tell me. I'm not saying what I didn't pluck it out of the.
Okay, Aro, I think somebody wants to talk.
Yeah, Mr. Man of Prestige, look at it from this angle again. That word subsidy, is it really bad to subsidize anything in an economy? For me, it is not bad. But however, in Nigeria case, there was a big virus that was hitting that subsidies, and that was corruption, embezzlement, looting, to the extent they were even importing water to Nigeria, and yet the government will subsidize it. Now, since they have removed that subsidies and they are not willing to tackle that big virus, are you now telling me all that policies and everything that the government is trying to do, whether that same virus is not moving along with them? Remember, they said Gwari refinery is going to start producing after spending huge amount of money. And at the end, the other guy, I can't remember his name, was the one that said, look, this thing is not going to work at all. Imagine the amount of money every president will be pumping there. In the name, we want to revive refinery and get more food. So the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria is a situation of embezzlement. And now people are now addicted to it because nobody is questioning them. Whether they subsidize, I keep on saying I am not a fan of whether they remove subsidies or they place subsidies, because the people who are in charge of economy that introduced those subsidies, they were also doing it with a good faith to boost Nigeria economy. Those who choose to remove it, I also believe Either because they become so tired of it, there is nothing, it's not something they can continue. They have reached a point where it can no longer hold at all. That's why they agree. If the money were to be there, they will still continue to use it to loot. Why Nigerians are believing that we are buying fuel very cheap. This is just my submission. The factor that really killed those subsidies is corruption. Look at this EU, for example. I keep on using it as an example. The whole EU, they came up with their brain to subsidize agriculture. And at the end, they were all these guys from Romania, Bulgaria, Poland, all this East Bloc. It was even Turkey. It was a big problem for them. Because this is a different country coming together. But all they do is to tackle that corruption. It was so open, obvious. They have to start putting measures in place, system in place to check people. And now we are enjoying it in Europe. What they produce as a people, at least it's okay and it's still moving. And all of them, there's no quarrel because there's checks and balance. Nigeria should embrace those kind of things. We can't continue with the whole system. It is not going to work. You can't fight everybody because you are a president. If you come to electricity, you want, even the EFCC, will they tell us that before they moved that 4.something billion, because people had hell that they were not aware, then what are they doing? How do you transfer those money? So it boiled down. The wickedness is becoming so obvious. First of all, if we are criticizing president, I am not doubting that, but you take it to your own people. Take it to your governor, your local government chairman. Imagine a government introduce a policy, and unfortunately for him, he discovered that these policies have very serious challenges. Hunger everywhere. The man choose to import rice and say, governor, go and share for that person that is unable to eat. A governor is a well-paid person in every state. Instead of them to give to that poor of the poorest among them, your governor of your own tribe decided to steal those rights. You can see the heart of wickedness in the heart of our people. Let us be honest. For me, I don't see these guys like we cannot. I know they are bad, but we must tell them that if they want to help us, all this throwing money to security, everything is getting worse. People are sabotaging security in Nigeria, and they always demand for more money. We don't have a
Midwest.
We don't
Midwest.
have
That security you just mentioned. See, we were saying something here yesterday. You were there, right? Okay. You see that security you see. That you see so. We've never seen anything, though. We've never seen the consequences. So you see, the northern Nigeria will be the major Nigeria in the future because those guys, you see, this electricity, by the time a Dangote fills it, you understand, supply is 20,000 megawatts. You can be rest assured that 90% of his products, of his output, will go to the southwest. Southwest will develop, and the north will still be doing their shenanigans. You know, they want to, anyway, I'm always careful because of my friends.
If we have
just give me seconds. Just give me some seconds. Now, you see, because sometimes, if not because of some of my few friends that are Muslim, so that they won't misrepresent what I'm saying. You see, all those criminals that are hiding under religion, even when they don't even believe in the religion they are even promoting. You understand? They are using it to tie them back. People will run down to the south. And you see, they will go their managers, everything. They will be looking for a job in the south in the future. So just brace up for it. That's the security you see. You understand?
It's not all this permutation. That's if Tinubu come back.
You are not even getting it. I'm even talking beyond Tinubu. What you know what I wanted is you empower people. Okay, now you've taken electricity out of the exclusive list now, which is good. The electricity sector will develop. As now you are allowing state now to decide on whether they want seaport or whatever. Believe me, there will be more seaports in the south. You understand? The economy of the south will grow. Why the idiots in the north will still be using the people's money to do mass wedding, mass naming ceremony, mass whatever they are doing. You understand?
No, they will leave something. What will make them to progress? They'll be talking about Sharia now.
Exactly. You understand? They'll be talking about. So That's what I'm saying. They will move to the south. You understand? I mentioned the problem they wanted to cause in Ekiti. They wanted to take over the largest cassava farming area in Ekiti. If not because of the combined security that forced them, that brutally dealt with them. Look at what those guys are doing. All they want to is just to, they say, okay, we are bringing Sharia. Now, lie you, they want to take over their land and control you. That thing has nothing to do with religion. They are just hiding because they know that.
Wait a minute, Allah. Is it not the Southwest Muslim that's anchoring this Sharia stuff? What are you talking about? Did the Hafsa come from the north, to promulgate this? Is it not the Southwestern Muslims?
No, let me tell you how this thing works, bro. Okay, as a Christian, let me use Christianity as an example. Today, except for some of us, you understand, you cannot use scripture to manipulate me, because I have access to the same scripture you are using. You understand? I'm mature enough to understand the principle of Christianity. So, some pastors today, they can tell you that, hey, your life will be tight if you do not pay tithe, and people will start shaking. You understand? You understand? And a person like me, you cannot tell me like that. You are just wasting your time. In fact, as a matter of life, I will just tell you, say, back to the sender immediately. Back to sender when you say, tell me something, because I know you are lying. In the New Testament, for example, apostles, none of them, all disciples of Jesus Christ, none of them pay tithe. You understand? So when
they did not even ask for it from anybody.
Exactly. So, but that is what some people use as business today. You understand? That's what some people use as business. They be manipulating people. So they see it. Some people sold their car, and by the time they will realize, they don't get aeroplane. Now, lie. God did not create this world to serve that way. God created this world for you to be productive. That is why you see those people that don't believe in God, they are prospering. You understand? And so, China, do they really are they Christian? Are they not moving forward? Even the United States of America, we are even talking about how many of them, when you are talking of real Christianity, how many of them are that Christian that we say? So the truth is, they use all those things as tools. So they will still continue to use those things as tools. Why the people will be coming to the south to come and take job in the south? Better brace up for it too. It's going to happen. No, the southern part of the country will develop, and those guys, they will still join the Sahel people. They still want Sharia. They still want their country.
Ola,
yes,
the movement from north to south is actually happening already. It's actually happening.
No, I'm just telling you that we've not seen anything. There's going to be an explosion of that movement.
To be frankly speaking, if there is anything like stable electricity in the West, ordinary 5 years, the population of people that will come there will be more than you that call yourself Yoruba.
Oh, yeah.
Go and mark my word.
That is exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying.
And that is what is happening generally in the entire southern part of Nigeria. We are leaving our space, traveling. I want to travel. If you go to this one, I want to move. I don't have for this country. Why they are growing in every day?
Because let me tell you one thing. Whether we like it or not today, you understand, Ogun State is going to be one big industrial hub, and the thing will extend to Oyo State. You understand? I pity myself because I have to be begging other part of that region not to forget myself, even though they are part of Southwest, at least to carry our people along.
Now book na they read now. No one develop.
Why? Should I'm from Ekiti. You understand? That see, every Yoruba people they sabibu. See that Akintola caused that thing. You see, Ekiti.
Is it Akintola or Wolowo?
No, Akintola caused that thing, and I caused that issue. Say, now from that Ekiti, they will be hearing Professor Atiuru, Professor Aluko. Yes, now. Say now.
Is he from Ekiti, Akintola?
No, it's from
that time there was nothing like Ekiti, it was Ogun.
Ondo State.
No, it's not even
where the support Ekiti come on?
No.
Where the support Ekiti come on?
Ondo the support Ekiti.
So now Ondo they give that thing to during their days.
Hold on, Midwest. It was Western region. but they know the tribe that they normally hear their name. So it was actually mocking, all those kind of not really mocking. What this figure of speech in literature? It was just using something like that. Say now so bad name they go they hear, and their professor. You will be hearing Professor Aluko. You know Aluko na bad name. Professor Atioro, Professor this and all those stuff. So that was when people now took it that okay, Ekiti has the highest number of professor, and the reality is not true. I've said it here. You understand?
Oh, it's
yes,
not true.
But no, we don't have our highest number of professors. It's not true.
Are you sure? Which say you think have highest number of professor?
I think though per capita, I think they do, Mr. Ola. I think percentage wise, I think percentage wise, Mr. Ola, I think percentage wise against the general population, I think they have a rather very high percentage.
You'll be shocked that there are many professors in the southeast. You understand? You'll be shocked when you look at.
But when you look at population, Alhambra, but I'm talking about population against the volume of professors. I think it is relatively very high.
Baba, I've done this thing on the site of Nigeria on NUC, Nigeria University Commission before. I'll be shocked.
Ola.
I think I saw that list some time ago.
Okay, see, big problem. Now we are talking of professors. Okay, those professors, what do they normally do? Marry single wife, have 2-3 children. Their plan is how their children become professor. Somebody marry on 16 wife, and then those children are not coming number to your place to come and dominate two where you born. We are in serious trouble. I don't know why our leaders, the kind of policy, what are they cracking their head for? Why can't they look into the foundation and save people's life? For me, the kind of crisis that is coming after Tinubu administration in the next 10 years, the way those people will mark all our areas, if they blow whistle, we are in trouble. I'm telling you, our land everywhere is now a place of training. It's just a training ground to them. And very soon they will start their nonsense. And before you know it, Turkey will come in, Saudi Arabia will come in, the other one will come. And when one of those guys are there, even the one that is telling you we don't believe in what those guys are doing, we still be protecting them indirectly.
Yeah, jaga.
Okay. So, I think where the confusion here is, you understand, maybe the way they rate it is that they can look at the concentration, but you can be an Ekiti man and live in Lagos. Okay, I understand that. But when you break that thing down by states, as at the report of 2024, Oyo State 757 professors, Enugu 710,
yeah,
Lagos State 657, Edo State, Luko, of course.
No, Edo is high now.
Edo State.
Edo
State 647.
Ola, why are you not including Imo? Imo is the highest in Southeast. What are you talking about?
No, I'm reading the
list. It's reading it.
I'm reading the list. You understand? I'm reading the list. Now, you now see the conclusion is this. You understand? Because people were controverting that thing. They say, okay, highest educated state. Some discussions suggest that why Oyo State leads in total numbers, Ekiti and Imo State have very high numbers of indigenous professors and PhD holders, with Ekiti often described as having the highest concentration of professors by origin. I think the problem is this. You can be a professor and be in Lagos. They will still count you as part of the professors in Lagos.
Nice how to count.
You understand? Okay.
I don't have a lot of professors too, actually.
Yeah, okay. I think yeah, you may be right when they say Ekiti, because before I didn't even look at this.
My brother, imagine, okay, Ola, make us put more thing here. Just imagine we just counting professor. People that doesn't even have that professor, they are not in charge of our destiny. They decide what they want to do. They don't send their children to school, and nobody want to address it.
I don't know why. No, do you know why? Do you know why? You see, especially that thing went wrong since that coup of 17th January 1966, and man of prestige, with due respect, this is not really a target to people from the south, from the southeast, or your politicians. You know, if not because of person like Azikiwe today, you really know that Nigeria would not have been won, because the person that started the idea of one indivisible Nigeria, you understand, it was actually Nnamdi Azikiwe. You know, leading to that first republic, Igbo people, there was the, when you are talking of the elites, they were majorly the most using the civil service because they occupied the civil service, the military top hierarchy, you find them there. They were worthy, everything, you understand?
But
they actually believe.
You're not addressing the fact. It's not that the Igbos we are more educated than Yoruba. Forget about the alliance with the northern people.
No, as at that time, as at that time, as at that time, they were, because you dominated.
I don't know about that. Okay, whatever. Okay.
It was that Awolowo's free education that liberated the West. You understand? We would have been as ignorant as anything, if not because, thank God for Awolowo. And that's the same way I'm happy that we have Tinubu today, because some of you guys cannot see what some of us saying in Tinubu. Now, towards 2023 election,
nothing but nepotism to the highest level. By the time he finished, Southwest will be the richest. Everything will be in Southwest. So come on, call it spade a spade.
Good. And that's one of the reasons I love him. Good. See, man of prestige. Good. If Southwest will be the richest, glory be to God. And that's exactly what I want. I've told you I'm tribalistic.
Is it? Allah don't expose himself. That's good.
I believe that bad stage with Deo, I think.
No, not be bad stage. No, see, let me tell you one thing.
Allah don't care.
You see, one thing is this. When you say Southwest will be the most developed, look at First Stack, for example, now. Who dominate First Stack? I bet you, Igbo people, they've taken over First Stack, Okukumaiko, Ajegunle. You understand? So that thing you call Southwest is not for the benefit of the Southwesterners.
Igbo full First Stack. You
understand? Igbo don't take over First Stack. So tomorrow, if there's a Republic of Igbo land in First Stack, it won't be a surprise to me. all those Orile, all those Okuku. No, the thing is this. You see, man of prestige. Yoruba will never have problem with Igbo if you are not telling Yoruba people that place is no man's land. They don't care.
Come on, don't do that. Yoruba don't have problem. Hold on, Yoruba don't have problem. I live in Lagos. Yoruba, up to today, Yoruba don't have problem with Igbo. Is the elite or some people who are using it for
political politician. That's what I'm saying.
That's the way I look at it.
You understand? Like okay, for example, now Igbo in my family now, my uncle got married to Igbo person. Now will I chase my brothers?
You can be doing what you
can go and join them.
I have problem with them.
I wanted to say
Simba. Okay, hold on. Let's have uncomfortable conversation. Simba, tell me what problem you have with Igbo.
Simba, I wanted to say you people should keep deceiving yourself.
Let Simba tell me the problem he has. Go ahead, Simba.
Number one problem, you people talk like microphone. You people are very loud.
I want to hear from Simba because Simba hasn't said that before.
Where my own is dicey. Where my own is dicey is this. Where my own is dicey is this. We have Igbo wives in my family. You understand? So it's dicey for me. You understand? So the thing is, the thing is this. If you are in Lagos, you don't go and tell any Yoruba man or any Lagosian that Lagos is no man's land. Immediately you talk, Yoruba, they can accommodate. But immediately you mention that statement like this, you are starting unnecessary trouble.
That rep in Oshodi Solo.
Exactly. Look at what he did.
It was the interview on TBC. Do you know what that stupid guy was saying? He said it's because the Yorubas don't apply. That's why he didn't give them.
Apply for what?
Can you imagine that?
Hold on, Remy. You was talking about the other day, but I just went out because I have something to do. What is going on? What is that subject about? If you don't mind, just a few seconds and tell me what happened.
He's a rep. He won under Labour Party in Oshodi Solo.
Okay.
Constituency. So he was doing his constituency project. So I think he enrolled over almost 500 people to go on abroad for short training. And they now discovered that 85% of the people that he enrolled are Igbos. Because him say he's an Igbo man.
So what is the makeup of his constituency?
You know Shodi Solo.
Yeah.
You know where Shodi Solo is?
Yeah, but I don't go there now.
So in Oshodi Solo local government, 85% of people living in that area are Igbo. Is that what you are saying?
In Lagos State.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just
Don't
asking
be
you.
clever by half now.
I don't know. I'm just asking. I just want to know.
How is that possible in the Yoruba state?
No, that was wrong. Let's call it spade a spade. So
If we are not talking about local constituency, we're talking about federal constituency.
Man of prestige, you know why we have problem in Nigeria? Tribalism is real. We were once an ethnic nationality.
Midwest, tribalism, they were there.
They abroad here, SF. They where me I did among them. But it's just that because of the structure way they take address them, is still working to today, that they have mingle, they see themselves as one. It's just that sometimes when you were raised in some area, then when you talk, the accent, this one is not from our side, it's from the other side. You see, Anna. But when it comes to employment, they are not going to use that against you. When it comes to political position, nobody will use that promotion. No, I can bet you of that. But when it comes to
that's
discussion,
not true though. They do that. You go to London and try and compare.
Okay, that is your place. I'm just talking about my place here because you can't use where you are from to campaign in Sweden. It will not work.
If you don't mind, where?
Now Sweden.
Oh, okay.
So you can't use that to come. If you do that, no, they will disqualify the person straight. It's not that person will never smell any political position.
You see why I want Yoruba nation is that you understand. If Yoruba is a country, you understand. See, I don't like Dubai now. Like Dubai now, there are 80 times foreigners in Dubai than even the real Dubai ADG. You understand? Now, the thing is this: I want to have my Yoruba nation, whereby every political positions, everything will be reserved for the Yoruba people, because we have to preserve our land. I don't want anybody to take over my land.
Yeah, it's very dangerous stuff. We are playing with fire.
Exactly. So I don't care now. So if I preserve my land, I don't care if you are Igbo or Fulani and you live on my land, as long as you obey my law. So if I have my Yoruba nation and
you know what you're preaching, you are preaching internal xenophobia. That's exactly what you're preaching right now.
Call it what you want. Call it what you want. Call it what you want.
Which kind of grammar? Which kind of grammar is that? Man of prestige. Man of prestige. Even though you and I we are holding a citizenship of North America, you understand? Can we now go to the indigenous people and start telling that and start bragging and start telling them unprintable things just to show them that we are legally?
But how many percentage of people do that? How many percentage? I can contest.
One is too much. One is too many. Even one is too many for me.
Man of prestige. Let me tell you the danger. Even man of prestige. Hold on a moment. You are from Southeast. Okay. Let me tell you, there are numbers of Fulani that will start coming to your place. You that is here will say, no, this is too much. It's a danger against us. You know the reason.
See what they did in Akure, Midwest.
Nigeria government
they fail to wait. People. I mean, if they're not coming there to
hold on.
Why do I care?
No, wait. It's not like I lost.
Midwest, just hold on. No, man of prestige. I said something behind the scene, and I will say it openly. Do you really know that Igbo people, they are not really different from Fulani? You understand? All the Fulani that want to hijack land. The only difference is this: Igbo people, they are elite, and they are doing their own systemic, using systemic this thing to do their own by buying things and taking the thing up. Why those of Fulani, they just want to displace you outrightly illegally. So what Igbo people are doing, actually, they are not different in ideology. They are not different from what Fulani people are doing. They are basically the same. It's only that
wait a minute. You need to elaborate. Okay. You need to elaborate on that. The comparison. Maybe I didn't quite get it. Give me what your similarity and what you're talking
ethnic. You are both involved. You are both involved in the ethnic displacement. That's essentially what. That's what.
Ola, let's come up for this. Wait, hold on a moment. Ola, make we come up for this topic where you want to go, because why you said you don't want to. So let's go to that conversation of the real threat that is facing all of us. I think we should leave this aspect, because this one will not be
go
good.
Ahead, Midwest. Go ahead, Midwest.
We'll go back, because the threat that is before us now currently, yes, as you said, if we are looking at any tribe in the south that really moves to other people's place, we can't take Igbos away. But the way Igbo does their things is quite different from the reality that is facing.
It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how they do it if the result is the same.
No, wait now. If you look
the
at
result,
my
if the result is dispossession, it doesn't matter. If an individual that comes from the southeast is allowed to contest in Lagos, and then he decides that he's going to disenfranchise the indigents because he wants to send his people, 92% of the people that he sends to, for the trainings are not the indigents. It doesn't matter to the indigent. It doesn't matter who is doing it. The result is dispossession. The result is a lack of opportunity. It doesn't matter who is doing it to you or how it's being done to you. It doesn't matter. If you are being denied opportunity, it doesn't matter how it's being done.
No, Baba,
hold on. How is that a disposition to the political party you already control? I mean, you already control about 80 to 90%. Why can I control?
No, don't say that.
When the people from that constituency sent in to the federal House of Representatives, okay, they didn't send them as to the federal representatives to represent the Igbo people in the constituency, or to represent Igbo people that are probably manufactured that were not even members. They are not members of that person. No, it's not a problem. No, it's a serious issue. And wait, man of prestige.
Wait now, man of prestige.
What that man did is a very serious issue, and it's been dealt in a manner that is dismissive. What he did is actually very, very serious and very dangerous. Because number one, if I was anybody in that constituency, the first thing I'll try and investigate is who are the people that were sent by that gentleman for who are the beneficiaries of his generosity? Are those individuals constituents of that? Those people, do they live in that constituency? When did they start living in that constituency? How many of the people in that constituency applied? What's the process for the selection? Those are the things that need to be investigated investigated thoroughly. What he did is a very, very dangerous thing. What he did is some of the sentiments that led to the Civil War.
So let me ask you, now you are going to a different level.
Okay, you contribute to it. Let him speak. Let us also hear it.
To see how many people that actually qualify, how many people that apply for. If that's investigated, then that's why I say he's wrong, because the more people that live here live over there is more Yoruba. If they actually apply, or they didn't apply, that's a different case. But
man of prestige. And this is why the sentiment, man of prestige. Okay, wait, I'm not sure the goalpost. I'm trying to get you to understand, and it seems you don't want to understand. That gentleman might be Igbo, but the fact of the matter is, he's now living in the Southwest, in a place where the indigenes are from the Southwest. Wait, let me finish. Wait.